Or is just this one here? Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Chapman High School, the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex here in Chapman for the Sub-State Regional Semifinal game. It is the Chapman Lady Irish and the Concordia Lady Panthers. For Chapman High School, they are the 2 seed in Class 4A West, coming in with a great record of 21-3 on the season. They are hosting this regional. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. Game presenting sponsors today, Kirsten Day at selling785.com and Smoky Valley Ag Services. So at Chapman, the first game of the semifinal here, regional number 2 in Class 4A West, Andale Garden Plain defeated Pratt by a final score of 10-7, a game where Andale Garden Plain really led the whole way, and then Pratt tried to come back late and fell short. So the winner of this game, Chapman and Concordia, will play Andale Garden Plain for a chance to go to the state tournament next week. For Chapman, as mentioned, they are having a great season. It is their best regular season record in school history. They're led by head coach Kyle Cook and assistant coach Wyatt Rutherford. Going to be a great day for softball. Very windy this afternoon in Chapman. 71 degrees and sunny right now. 20-mile-an-hour wind. West-northwest wind gusting as high as 30 miles per hour. So going to be windy. The wind's going to play a factor if the ball gets into the air, but should be a great day for softball. Thanks so much for joining us. Now it's time for the starting lineups brought to you by Billings Group. And for Chapman, the hometown team, for the Lady Irish, leading off for them, the shortstop, number 12, Jay Rogers. Batting second, the second baseman, number 22, Mackenzie Leedy. Batting third, it's the pitcher, number 11, Maddie Harold. Batting cleanup, fourth, the center fielder, number 5, Taylor Gustafson. Batting fifth, it's the left fielder, number 9, Tegan Ellis. Sixth, the first baseman, number 1, Kennedy Schultz. Batting seventh, it's the designated player, number 44, Anna Martinez. Eighth, the third baseman, number 0, Olivia Harold. And rounding out the order, batting ninth, the catcher, number 3, Casey Heller. Once again, Jay Rogers, Mackenzie Leedy, and Maddie Harold. Taylor Gustafson, Tegan Ellis, and Kennedy Schultz. Anna Martinez, Olivia Harold, and Casey Heller are the starters today for Chapman. In the circle for Chapman, as mentioned, is Maddie Harold, a senior. She's going to go play her college ball at Cloud County Community College, which just so happens to be in Concordia, and Concordia is the opponent today. For the Lady Panthers, they are led by first-year head coach Robin Daniels. They're the 15 seed in Class 4A West. They are 8-12 on the season. And for them, once again, our starting lineups brought to you by Billings Group for Concordia. Leading off for them and playing center field, number 8, Morgan Lister. Batting second, the shortstop, number 3, Kinsley Bethune. Batting third, the third baseman, number 24, Kinley Williams. Batting cleanup, it's the pitcher, number 21, Jalen Roush. Fifth, the catcher, number 2, Camley Hake. Sixth, the right fielder, number 9, Alyssa Patterson. Seventh, the left fielder, number 20, Caitlin Reedy. Batting eighth, the first baseman, number 11, Caitlin Benishek. And batting ninth, it is the second baseman, number 23, Carly Brown. And in the circle for Concordia is number 21, Jalen Roush. Concordia in red, Concordia across the front of the jersey in white. For Chapman, they're in their home green jerseys. Chapman across the front of the jersey in white. Numbers in white as well. Black pants for the Lady Irish. This is the Equity Bank broadcast booth. I'm Anthony Georges. Calling the game this afternoon in Chapman. Brian Dennett is our video guy. Appreciate all his hard work. Let's go ahead and thank some of our great sponsors. Smoky Valley Ag Services, an independent ag retailer and pioneer sales rep committed to delivering trusted advice, high-yield potential products, the right crop protection technology, and agronomic insights you can use to achieve the goals for your growing operation. Also, Astra Bank in Chapman and Abilene, and Day Excavating Concrete. We'll be thanking sponsors all throughout today's broadcast between the Chapman Lady Irish and the Concordia Lady Panthers. Just about set for the first pitch, as Chapman will start in the field first. The 2 seed in Class 4A East, the best regular season ever here. Regular season for Chapman, and they're going to try and ride that to the state tournament next week. In the circle, ready to roll, is the right-handed pitcher, Harold. The first pitch comes across low for a ball. Maddie Harold, this is going to be start number 13 on the year for her, 142 strikeouts. So to start the game, 1 ball and no strikes. Harold back in the circle. Here it comes. And here's a swing and a miss right there. Morgan Lister, the center fielder, wearing number 8, is leading it off for the Concordia Panthers. Lister is a freshman for Concordia. 1 ball and 1 strike. First batter of the game here in Chapman at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. 1-1 the count. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, chopped to third, over to third, bobbled, and it's going to be the leadoff runner is on for Concordia to start. Morgan Lister is on at first. It was chopped third base side for Olivia Harold. She tried to snag it, couldn't quite secure it. And the runner is on at first, and Lister is on to start this game. Now it's going to be the shortstop, number 3, Kinsley Bethune, wearing number 3 for Kinsley. She's a senior, one of 6 seniors for Concordia. Here comes the pitch, showing bunt, bunts it foul. First base side. Concordia on the first base side. Third base side is Chapman, the home team. So everybody's going to regroup. After Bethune, it is the third baseman, number 24, Kinley Williams. No balls and a strike. 90 in the third innings pitched for Maddie Harold this season. This one's going to come in and be a called strike on the outside corner, so quickly ahead in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. 0-2 the count. Runner at first base. Morgan Lister on at first. And they scored it as a single. Here's a throwback to first. It's going to bounce, and it's going to be blocked by the first baseman. Schultz over at first. So the infield looks like this. Harold at third, Rogers at shortstop, Leedy at second, Schultz at first. The catcher is Heller. The pitcher is Harold. 1 ball and 2 strikes coming inside. Going to get away from the catcher, and going down to second is Morgan Lister. These two teams played a doubleheader earlier this season, just about a month ago in Concordia, April the 22nd, the exact date. Chapman did win both games. They swept Concordia, winning 7-0 and 18-1. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here's one hit sharply to first. It's going to be grabbed and stepped on the back for the first out of the game. Schultz over at first was able to block it with her body, recover, and then step on the first base bag. It does send Lister over to third. There's 1 out, and it's going to bring up the pitcher, Jalen Roush. And here comes Maddie Harold. This one is going to be in there for a called strike. So a runner at third base to start. Morgan Lister was on thanks to a hard hit single third base side. Here comes the 0-1 pitch, and this one is right there on the outside corner, working the corners to start. No balls and 2 strikes. The record for Maddie Harold this season is 13-1. As mentioned, this is her 13th start. She's also appeared in 7 other games. Coming inside, a called strike 3. And that is Kinley Williams down on strikes. The first strikeout of the day. There is now 2 down, and it's going to be the pitcher, Jalen Roush, this time. Roush wearing number 21, batting .339 on the season. She's just a sophomore. 2 outs now, a runner at third. Here comes the pitch. Called strike on the outside corner. So you can tell that Maddie Harold has kind of settled in and found her zone. I was talking with Coach Wyatt Rutherford before the game, and he said she's amassed over 500 strikeouts in her career. Here's a swing and a miss. No balls and 2 strikes. For Coach Cook and Coach Rutherford, they've both been here 4 years. Head coach Kyle Cook is the head coach. This is his 3rd year at the head of the program. And last year they had a winning season, their first winning season since 2016. This one's going to find the zone again, a called strike 3. And a runner is going to be left stranded at third base. So a leadoff single, a runner left stranded at third, and a couple of strikeouts to end the top of the first. We go to the bottom of the first. No score here in Chapman. This is a Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Kirsten Day at Selling 785.
Are you looking to buy or sell real estate? With over 11 years of experience serving Northeast Kansas from Abilene to Wamego, leave it to a professional. Call Kirsten Day, realtor and owner with Homefront Real Estate Group. Buying a home, whether it be your first or second time, is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll make in a lifetime. Therefore, finding the right agent to help you make the process easier is essential. Kirsten Day is there for you and your family every step of the way. Visit Kirsten Day online at selling785.com.
Astra Bank knows the challenges you face as a business owner. That's why they're committed to providing the dependable financial solutions that will help your business thrive. Visit them in Abilene, Chapman, or online at astra.bank. Astra Bank, member FDIC.
And welcome back to Chapman. Chapman will come to the plate for the first time now. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Let's also thank some more sponsors. Home Automotive Centers in Abilene and Salina, your local Chevy, GMC, and Buick dealer. Hail damage? See their award-winning body shop with in-house paintless dent repair. And DK Sports and Fitness with indoor batting cages for softball and baseball. Specialized training for baseball and softball players from Hayes to Wamego and Marion to Frankfort. DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman. Welcome back to the Equity Bank broadcast booth. I'm Anthony Georges here on Salina Post. Chapman will come to the plate for the first time. Leading off for Chapman will be Jay Rogers, followed by the second baseman Mackenzie Leedy, and then Maddie Harold. We'll get to some of these numbers here in a second for the roster breakdown. 3 seniors for Chapman, 5 juniors, 2 sophomores, 5 freshmen. So 3 seniors for the Lady Irish. First pitch to Rogers is going to be a called strike. Rogers wears number 12. Listen to this, some of these stats. .621 batting average on the season and 59 hits. Here comes the 0-1, and this one is going to miss low and inside for a ball. In the circle for Concordia, number 21, Jalen Roush. And Roush comes home with a 1-1, low and inside for ball 2. Jay Rogers, just a sophomore, 5 home runs on the season for her, 26 runs batted in. 59 hits, looking for number 60 right here. 2-1 pitch comes across the zone high for a ball, and out ahead in the count, 3 balls and 1 strike is Jay Rogers. Nobody out, and here comes the 3-1. This one is going to be swung on, hit up the middle of base, hit right back at the pitcher, and Rogers has hit number 60 on the season, a line drive right up the middle. And Chapman has their leadoff batter on. Now it's the second baseman, number 22, Mackenzie Leedy. And she will bat from the left side. As a team, Chapman batting .428, so a great batting average overall. Here's a bunt foul, third base side. Great crowd on hand as well. Wanted to mention that. A lot of Chapman folks have come out and supported the softball team. Concordia's got some fans here as well, and the Andale Garden Plain team hanging around because they're going to play the winner of this game. No balls and 1 strike after the bunt foul. And showing bunt again and pulling back. And the catcher faking a throw down to first. For Mackenzie Leedy, 37 hits on the season, 20 runs batted in. .435 average. Here comes the pitch, swung on. This one popped up and out of play just to our left. What I really like about this sports complex, the Darrell Beemore Sports Complex here in Chapman, they've got netting all over. So really, unless it's a very well-struck foul ball, is pretty much covered here for everyone's safety. It's a very cool setup here in Chapman. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Coming home with it. Chopped right back to the pitcher, and it's going to be trouble for Chapman, or trouble for Concordia. And for Chapman, they've got their first 2 base runners on. Jay Rogers over to second, Mackenzie Leedy over to first. And now it's going to be the pitcher, Maddie Harold. So Leedy battled in that at-bat, got behind, but was able to still get on at first. Runners at first and second, Leedy at first, Rogers at second, and now it's Maddie Harold. First pitch to Harold comes inside. The catcher scoops it. Up next will be Taylor Gustafson. Chapman started the year 11-0 and then lost 9-7 to southeast of Salina. They split in that series. 2 balls and no strike the count to Maddie Harold. She'll dig back in from the right side. And here comes the pitch. This one's going to find the zone for a called strike. 2 balls and 1 strike now to Harold. I mentioned it when she was in the circle, but Maddie will go and pitch at Cloud County Community College next year in Concordia. So definitely exciting times for her in Concordia. This one is going to come in, popped up, and fouled straight back into the backstop, and now the count's even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kyle Cook providing some instructions over at third. He's at third, and Coach Rutherford over at first. 2 balls, 2 strikes coming home, and this one is going to just miss outside. It's a full count at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Jay Rogers at second, Mackenzie Leedy at first, nobody out. Bottom of the first, no score. Concordia left a runner, stranded at third in the top of the first. This one is going to be swung on, popped up, caught by the pitcher, back to first, in time, double play. Just a short, quick pop-up to the pitcher, and it was caught by Roush and fired over to first in a double play. And the runner at first, Leedy, is out for the second out of the inning. Harold was the first out on a quick pop fly to the pitcher. And now it's Taylor Gustafson, still a runner at second, 2 outs. Here's a grounder hit to the second baseman. It's trouble, and Gustafson is on. The runner is going to go all the way from second to home. Jay Rogers, honor horse, scores, and Chapman has the first lead of the game. It's 1-0 here in the bottom of the first. There was a chance that ball could have been fielded and thrown to first to end the inning, but Chapman able to get a runner on. Gustafson over to first. Rogers scores from second. With 2 outs, she was moving on any contact. And Chapman leads at 1-0. And now it's going to be the left fielder, number 9, Tegan Ellis. She'll dig in from the right side. Roush comes home. This one high and outside. The catcher able to snare it. Quickly pops up. Acts like she's going to throw over to first, but doesn't. Gustafson at first. For Gustafson, that is her 16th run batted in this season. Here's a throw down to second on an attempted steal. Got her thrown out at second. The catcher able to catch the runner stealing, and that is how the first inning comes to a close. 1 inning in the book. Chapman leads at 1-0. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as...
I've always believed in love stories that last forever. At Vernon Jewelers, we've been crafting these stories for 141 years. Each piece is a chapter in a journey, a testament to timeless romance. Whether it's an engagement ring or a cherished anniversary gift, we create memories that sparkle. Look for that iconic sign and discover our collection and personalized customer service in our 141st year. We're not old, just really good at what we do. Vernon Jewelers in downtown Salina, because love deserves that perfect setting.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
And welcome back to Chapman. We go to the top of the second inning. The home team, the Chapman Lady Irish, leading 1-0. Hattie Harold back in the circle. Here's a foul ball, first base side. Our presenting sponsor today is Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Two up is 5, 6, and 7 here for Concordia. As here comes the 0-1. Swung on, hit into left field. That's going to be a base hit. This is Camley Hake. She's going to round first and dig for second. A stand-up double for Camley Hake, the catcher. So a double to begin the second inning. So just like the first, Concordia gets their leadoff batter on. And now it's going to be the right fielder, number 9, Alyssa Patterson. That was hit well out to left center field. And Hake runs well, rounded first. No doubt she was going to go all the way to second. Now showing bunt. This is Patterson. Bunted foul, nearly dangerous bunt as it was popped up third base side. Charging in was the third baseman Harold. Also charging over was the catcher Heller, Casey Heller. But live to see another day for Alyssa Patterson. For Patterson, a junior. For Concordia, showing bunt again. Here's going to be a bunt down right in front of the plate. Throw to third, and there was miscommunication. Coming in to throw to third was the first baseman, and Maddie Harold was charging forward as well. And so now it is going to be an infield single fielder's choice. Hake over to third, And Patterson is on at first, so for the second consecutive inning, Concordia is threatening. And it's going to bring up the left fielder, number 20, Caitlin Reedy. So a double and a single to start here for Concordia. Nobody out. Chapman leads 1-0. And this one is going to get all the way back to the backstop. The run will score from third. Camley Hicks scores. Over to second is Alyssa Patterson. We have a tie game here in the top of the second. Maybe a little bit of nerves here from Chapman to start, and now going out, Heller going to go and talk to her pitcher, Maddie Harold. So a runner at second base, and at the plate, it is Caitlin Reedy. 1-1 is our score. After Reedy, it's the first baseman, number 11, Caitlin Benishek. A ball and no strikes after the pass ball. That scored a run to tie the game. Here comes the pitch. This one is right down the middle for a called strike. And the count's even at 1-1. For Reedy, 12 hits on the season, batting .314. Here's a pitch up in the zone, but it's a swing and a miss. And it's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Still nobody out. A runner in scoring position at second, Alyssa Patterson. Here comes the pitch. This one outside for a ball. So Maddie Harold is the pitcher. At third base is Olivia Harold. She's a freshman. That's her sister. She's also pitched several games this season. Coming outside again for another ball. It is a full count at 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 now the count to Reedy. Concordia has already tied the game at 1 here in the second. This one is going to be swung on and poked foul, first base side near the Concordia dugout. And the on-deck circle is Caitlin Benishek. Had to get out of the way. And we'll do the 3-2 pitch all over again. In the circle, ready to go, full count, swung on and just barely got it off the end of the bat, foul. So still fighting to stay alive. Quite the at-bat and battle going on at the plate. Here comes the 3-2 pitch. Again, poked foul. And that one's actually, I believe it hit Caitlin Benishek in the on-deck circle. So I mentioned that Hake started the inning off with a double. She also scored the run to tie it. That was her 10th double of the season, the most of anyone on Concordia. Here comes the full count 3-2 pitch, low and inside for ball 4. So runners now at first and second. A base on balls for Caitlin Reedy, the first walk issued of the day, and that is walk number 21 on the season for Maddie Harold. So still nobody out, and now it is the first baseman, Caitlin Benishek, batting 8th in the order, digs in from the right side. Runners at first and second. Showing bunt, and it's going to be a strike. 0-1 the count. Back in, and a swing and a miss here, 0-2. So just like the first inning, it kind of took her a few batters to find her zone, and then she came back with a couple of strikeouts. We'll see what she does right here. 0-2 pitch coming in. This one is going to be hit to the second baseman, over to first for 1, and the runners will advance. Patterson to third, Reedy to second. So a ground out for the first out of the inning, but the runners did advance. Carly Brown, the second baseman, will come to the plate now. She bats in the 9th spot of the order. First pitch here is high and outside. Top of the order on deck, Morgan Lister. She started the game off with an infield single, a shot to the third baseman, Olivia Harold. This one's in there for a called strike. And the count's even at 1-1. For Carly Brown, a senior, 8 hits on the season, 3 runs batted in. So an opportunity here for Concordia, for Chapman trying to get out of the inning. This one is going to be inside, but a swing and a miss. 1-2 the count. Before they go back to the top of the order to Morgan Lister. A ball and 2 strikes. Maddie Harold struck out the final two batters of the first inning. Here's a strikeout right down the middle, her third strikeout of the night. And that's the second out of the inning. Runners still at second and third. It will bring up the top of the order. Morgan Lister was left stranded at third in the first, top of the first. And she's going to try to drive in a couple of runs here for Chapman, trying to get out of it, only allowing run. Harold in the circle, ready to go, comes home. This is going to be hit to Olivia Harold at third, and it's going to be an error. The throw to first is late. Another run's going to score. Alyssa Patterson comes across to score. Caitlin Reedy over to third. It's going to be an error on the third baseman, Olivia Harold. It'll be an E5, and for the second consecutive inning, Morgan Lister is at first. And now it's Kinsley Bethune. And a stolen base over to second, so now runners at second and third. 2-1 is our score. Concordia on top. Top of the second inning, so still very early. Here comes the pitch. This one's in there for a called strike. 3 strikeouts on the afternoon for Harold. Going for her fourth right here. Runners at second and third. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So 2 strikeouts in the inning, but 2 runs come across. 2 runners also left stranded. We go to the bottom of the second. Concordia leads Chapman 2-1. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items, or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
Are you looking to buy or sell real estate? With over 11 years of experience serving Northeast Kansas from Abilene to Wamego, leave it to a professional. Call Kirsten Day, realtor and owner with Homefront Real Estate Group. Buying a home, whether it be your first or second time, is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll make in a lifetime. Therefore, finding the right agent to help you make the process easier is essential. Kirsten Day is there for you and your family every step of the way. Visit Kirsten Day online at selling785.com.
Welcome back to the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex in Chapman. We go to the bottom of the second. Chapman actually falling behind, losing 2-1 here. Concordia on top. Today's presenting sponsor is Kirsten Day at selling785.com. First pitch is in there for a called strike. And for Chapman, it should be 6, 7, and 8. Kennedy Schultz, Anna Martinez, and Olivia Harold. Or rather, Tegan Ellis is back up at the plate because the runner was thrown out at second to end the first. No balls and 2 strikes now to Tegan Ellis. Right-handed batter, swung on, in on the hands, popped up foul, first base side. Let's thank some more sponsors. Keating Chiropractic with locations in Junction City and Manhattan, providing chiropractic care, corrective exercises, acupuncture, and more. Open Saturday mornings in Junction City from 8 to noon. Here comes the 0-2 pitch. This one is going to be hit right back up the middle of the shortstop, over to first, and it's going to be dropped by the first baseman. So a leadoff runner is on, Tegan Ellis at first. So a couple of infield issues for both teams to start. And the leadoff runner is on. Also want to thank Amanda West State Farm Agency in Abilene, supporting all student athletes. Here's a swing and a miss for Kennedy Schultz. Schultz wearing number 1 for Chapman, playing first base this afternoon in Game 1. Got to win Game 1 to get to Game 2. The Sub-State Championship game will be against Andale Garden Plain. Swing and a miss here for Schultz. Coming up next will be Anna Martinez. Left-handed batter. Schultz in there ready to go. This one is swung on and fouled straight back into the backstop, so fighting it off. Kennedy Schultz, a freshman, one of 5 freshmen on this Chapman roster for the postseason. Here comes the pitch, swung on, popped it up, hit well out to center field, drifting back. The center fielder makes the catch. And there is one on now with one out. Schultz flies out to the center fielder. And now it's going to be number 44, Anna Martinez, the designated player. She'll bat from the right side, batting 7th in the order. Runner at first and one out. Here's a called strike right down the middle for Martinez. Anna Martinez, also a freshman, wearing number 44, batting .379 on the season. 22 hits for Martinez. No balls and 1 strike. Roush in the circle, comes home. Martinez held off, missed just a little bit high. Runner at first base is Tegan Ellis. It was technically her second plate appearance, but all just counted for 1 because she's up there the first time. And an attempt to steal second. Here's a rocket hit to second for 1 to first, and it is a double play. A double play for Concordia is how they get out of the second inning, and Chapman goes down fairly quickly. 2 innings are in the books. Concordia leads it 2-1. This is Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
We're back at the Darrell Beemore Sports Complex in Chapman. Today's game presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Concordia with a 2-1 lead, the 15 seed leading the 2 seed as we go to the top of the 3rd. Concordia comes to the plate, and their bright red jerseys. Concordia across the front in white. Numbers are in white as well, led by first-year head coach Robin Daniels. Kenley Williams will lead it off. 3, 4, and 5 due up, and this pitch is going to miss just a little bit inside. So Kenley Williams, Jalen Roush, and Camley Hake, 3, 4, and 5 due up for Concordia. Concordia has left 3 runners stranded so far this afternoon. A double play to end it there in the bottom of the inning. Harold comes home. This one's going to find the zone for a called strike. 13th start of the year for Maddie Harold. One of 3 seniors on the postseason roster. Here comes the pitch. This one is going to find the outside corner for a called strike. Kenley Williams maybe didn't agree with that. It looked like she was going to get ready to trot to first base for ball 4, but the umpire said not so fast. Full count, 3-2 pitch coming home, and this one is going to be a called strike 3. So all the way back from 3-0, 3 consecutive strikes to strike out. Yet another one this afternoon for Maddie Harold. Second time she struck out Kenley Williams here today, and now it's going to be the pitcher, Jalen Roush. Roush, another strikeout victim, that time back in the 1st. So nobody on, 1 out. Top of the 3rd, the score. Concordia 2, Chapman 1. Chapman finished the regular season at 21-3, the 2 seed in 4A West. It is their best regular season record in school history, trying to get back to the state tournament for the first time since 2016. Swing and a miss. Camley Hake in the on-deck circle, Jalen Roush at the plate. Harold in the circle, comes home, and this one missed just a little bit outside. Let's go through the infield once again for Chapman. At third base, Olivia Harold. Shortstop, Jay Rogers. Second baseman is Leedy. First baseman is Schultz. Behind the dish, it is Heller. Here's one, fouled off of the netting, first base side. Ricocheted back into the field of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes, the count's even. Five strikeouts for Maddie Harold. 2-2 count. And the Lady Irish pitcher comes home, swing and a miss, another strikeout. And just like that, 2 down. She's going to try to strike out the side here on the top of the third and get some momentum back for the Lady Irish. And it's going to be the catcher, number 2, Camley Hake. She doubled her first time up back in the second, scored the run to tie the game, and then Alyssa Patterson, who's due up next, gave Concordia the go-ahead run over Chapman. First pitch swinging for Hake, swing and a miss, no balls and a strike. 10 doubles on the season for Camley Hake. Trying to strike out the side here. Struck out Williams and Roush to start here in the third. This one misses just a little bit outside. Right-handed batter, Camley Hake steps out. Concordia lost 4 straight to end their regular season. Swing and a miss. Down to the count, 1-2. They were swept by Marysville and Clay Center to end the regular season. Playing with some confidence here early this afternoon in the regional semifinal against number 2 seed Chapman. Here comes the pitch. This one is going to be swung on, and it is going to be in for a base hit out to shallow center field. The center fielder, Gustafson, was charging over, couldn't quite squeeze it. And another hit for Camley Hake. Second, and now 2 for 2 on this afternoon. So 1 on with 2 outs. Check swing. They're going to say she did not go. Alyssa Patterson playing right field is the batter. She singled her last time up. Dirt blowing across the infield right in the face of the pitcher, Maddie Harold. This one is going to miss for a ball as well. 2 balls and no strikes. Very windy this afternoon. 20-mile-an-hour wind, west-northwest wind gusting as high as 30. Here comes the pitch, and here's a swing and a miss. They get 2 balls and 1 strike. Two outs, top of the third. Concordia leads 2-1 over Chapman. This one misses outside, and it's 3-1. We'll have a look at the area scoreboard brought to you by Bennington State Bank. Here coming up a little bit later in the game, getting some updates from Tyler Henry, who's broadcasting a couple of softball games today as well. 3-1 pitch finds the inside corner this time for a called strike, and it's a full count at 3-2 to Alyssa Patterson. Runner at first base, 2 outs. 3-2 the count. Maddie Harold has got 2 strikeouts in the inning so far. Here comes the pitch. It is right down the middle, a called strike. Struck out the side for Maddie Harold. Bottom of the third inning is coming up next. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
Astra Bank is committed to providing the dependable financial solutions that will help you fulfill your dream, whether it's building your wealth or owning a home. Visit them in Abilene, Chapman, or online at astra.bank. Astra Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Welcome back to Chapman. Concordia leads it 2-1 at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. Today's presenting sponsor is Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Let's go ahead and thank some more sponsors. USD 473 Chapman Schools. Chapman's tradition of high academic success, school-run business opportunities, and a culture of caring for students. We do what's best for all kids. Also, DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman. DK Sports and Fitness offers exercise and fitness classes for all ages, featuring boot camp fitness sessions at 5, 6, and 7 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We go to the bottom of the third. Concordia leads it 2-1. A called strike to begin the bottom of the third. So Roush back in the circle. A double play is how the bottom of the second ended. And this one is swung on and fouled straight back. Number 0, Olivia Harold at the dish. The third baseman, the freshman for Chapman. Roush comes home with a pitch. And this one is going to be just barely fouled off. Staying alive in the count. Very nice double play by Concordia there in the second. Second baseman over to shortstop. Shortstop over to first. 4-6-3 double play. Roush comes home. This one misses up high in the zone. A ball and 2 strikes. The winner of this game will play for a chance to go to the state tournament next week. Roush comes home. This one swung on and fouled straight back into the backstop, so we'll do it again. Coming up next is the catcher, number 3, Casey Heller, batting 9th in the order, and then back to the top of the order to Jay Rogers. Rogers singled her first time up and scored the only run of the game for the Lady Irish. This one is going to be chopped to the shortstop, charging in, throw over to first, just barely in time. The runner was moving down the line. Harold was not able to get there in time, and she is retired for the first out of the inning. So Casey Heller, the catcher, will come to the plate wearing number 3. A senior batting .459 on the season, 17 hits for Heller. Steps in from the left side, takes ball 1. Top of the order on deck, Jay Rogers. Swing and a miss. A ball and a strike. Roush in the circle, comes home. Swing and a miss. This one up in the zone, but she chased it. 1 out, a ball and 2 strikes. Top of the order on deck for the Lady Irish. The 2 seed in 4A West. Here comes the pitch from Roush. This one misses outside for ball 2. You got this, babe. 17 hits on the season for Casey Heller. 2-2 pitch with 1 out. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And there are now 2 outs in the inning. We go back to the top of the order to Jay Rogers. It is the only hit, or the only run for Chapman. 4 hits for the Lady Irish, 5 hits for the Lady Panthers of Concordia. 2-1 is our score. Jay Rogers has 60 hits now on the season. Hits this one out to center field, and making the catch in center field for Concordia is Morgan Lister, and the Lady Irish go down 1-2-3. We'll take a break. We're back with more right after this. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
Back in Chapman, the score 2-1, Concordia on top. Today's presenting sponsor is Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Concordia comes back to the plate. It will be 7, 8, and 9. Caitlin Reedy, Caitlin Benishek, and then Carly Brown. Maddie Harold back in the circle. We go to the top of the 4th inning now. Smoky Valley Ag Services, an independent ag retailer and pioneer sales rep committed to delivering trusted advice, high-yield potential products, the right crop protection, technology, and agronomic insights you can use to achieve the goals for growing your operation. Smoky Valley Ag Services, presenting sponsor for today's Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. A ball and a strike. Chop to the second baseman. Over to first. Leedy to Schultz. 1 out. Caitlin Reedy is retired. So struck out the side in the 3rd. Maddie Harold seems to be settling in just fine. 2-1. Chapman trails Concordia. And now it's going to be Caitlin Benishek. Swing and a miss. Also want to thank Astrobank and Chapman and Abilene and Day Excavating and Concrete. A lot of great sponsors. We'll continue to thank them all throughout today's broadcast. Our coverage of the Chapman Lady Irish, number 2 seed in Class 4A West. Swing and a miss. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 6 strikeouts for Harold on the day. Coming home with this one, swung on and fouled straight back. And look out over there, partner, Brian. That one was headed straight for you. Great crowd on hand. Chapman third base side, a lot of fans here for them. Concordia first base side, some red sprinkled in over there as well. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. 2-1's our score. This one is going to hit the batter. It's going to hit the batter, and I thought there was a chance maybe it hit the batter. They're going to say it hit the inside part of her hand where her bottom hand was holding the bat. They're going to say it hit the bottom inside part of her wrist. That's what the home plate umpire is signaling right now. So they're going to say a hit batter. The first hit batter of the game for either side. So hit by pitch, Caitlin Benishak over to first, and Carly Brown, the second baseman, will come up. And now Coach Kyle Cook out of the third base dugout talking with the home plate umpire, and he heads back to the dugout, and the umpire talking to the catcher now, and he says it hit the bottom left part of her wrist. So the bottom left hand was holding the bat, and it hit that before it must have hit that and then not hit the bat, but it ricocheted off almost like it did. So he had a better view than I did, and that's what the umpire called. So we're running at first base, and now 1 out. Dirt blowing across the diamond once again. Here's a swing and a miss. A lot of little dust tornadoes out there on the infield we've been seeing this afternoon. In the first game and obviously here this game. 20-mile-an-hour wind gusting as high as 30. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss. 7th strikeout of the day for Maddie Harold. Runner at first base. Now there are 2 outs after the strikeout. 7 strikeouts for the senior pitcher. And you go back to the top of the order now for Concordia. Top of the 4th inning. 2-1 Concordia on top. Their 3rd time through their order. Morgan Lister now at the plate. Swing and a miss for Lister. She's been on twice. This one just missed. 70 pitches for Maddie Harold so far this afternoon. Kinsley Bethune on deck if we get to her. Runner at first base is Caitlin Benishek. Was hit by a pitch earlier this inning. This one comes home, misses outside. 2 balls and 1 strike the count. Harold shakes her head, takes a long look at the catcher's glove. Held her behind the dish. Here comes the 2-1. Started the swing and held back, make it 3 balls and 1 strike now. Morgan Lister at the plate. Here comes the pitch, and this one is right down the middle, swung on, and this one is going to make it over the netting and gets onto the netting of the field just behind us. A nice sports complex here in Chapman. Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, the runner at first coming home, swung on and fouled back. Morgan Lister stays alive. Top of the 4th inning for Chapman. When they come to the plate next, it'll be 2, 3, and 4. Mackenzie Leedy, Maddie Harold, and Taylor Gustafson. Here comes the pitch. This one is going to be swung on. Shallow hit to second, through the legs of the second baseman, and taking off for third. Here's a throw to third, and Harold lays the tag. So it could have been a disaster for Chapman instead. Concordia gets a little risky on the base pass, and the runner is going to be tagged out on her way to third. So a lot of excitement, but no runs come across for Concordia. We go to the bottom of the 4th inning. Concordia leading Chapman 2-1. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
We're back at Chapman. Today's game presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Let's thank some more of our great sponsors. Home Automotive Centers in Abilene and Salina. Your local Chevy, GMC, and Buick dealer. Hail Damage. See the award-winning body shop with in-house paintless dent repair. And DK Sports Fitness with indoor batting cages for softball and baseball. Specialized training for baseball and softball players from Hayes to Wamego and Marion to Frankfort. DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman. And Chapman's going to have to get busy at the plate. 2, 3, and 4. Mackenzie Leedy, Maddie Harold, and Taylor Gustafson will come up here in the inning. Bottom of the 4th inning. Concordia leading 2-1. Swing and a miss for Leedy. Want to talk about our area scoreboard brought to you by Bennington State Bank in a second. Here comes the pitch, and this one is going to come across high. Couple of game finals. Salina Central beating Emporia 8-0. Abilene Baseball 7-3 over Concordia. And Southeast of Saline Softball winning 16-0 over Harrington. Here comes the pitch. This one is going to be swung on. The wind could play a factor. Hit out to right field. Charging in. The right fielder drops it. Here's a throwback to first. And diving back in safely was Mackenzie Leedy. I knew the wind could be a factor. This one maybe just a little bit underplayed by the right fielder. Charged in and thought she had it and wasn't able to secure it. So should be an error on the right fielder. Should be an E9. Not sure they're going to score it in game changer. They're going to score it as a single. But now it's going to bring up the pitcher, Maddie Harold. So Chapman needed a break. They got one. What can they do with it? Runner at first base, nobody out. Harold popped up to the pitcher her first time up, and then the pitcher snapped it over to first for a double play. So 2 double plays turned so far by Concordia. To Harold, swung on and fouled it back. More of our area scoreboard brought to you by Bennington State Bank. Salina South softball won 16-6 over Newton. That sets up a Salina Central and Salina South matchup. The rivalry game, the winner will get a ticket to the state tournament next week. So going to be an exciting game. Salina South and Salina Central for a chance to go to the state tournament. Couple of scores from yesterday. Minneapolis softball 15-0 over Plainville and 13-3 over Smoky Valley. Bennington softball winning 7-2 over Little River. Sacred Heart softball winning 7-2 over Sylvan Lucas. Here comes the pitch. This one is going to miss high and inside. 2 balls and 2 strikes to Maddie Harold, the pitcher. Up next, it is the cleanup batter, batting fourth, the center fielder, Taylor Gustafson. Here comes the 2-2 pitch. Swung on, hit sharply first base side. The first baseman blocks it with her body, steps on the bag. And now going to try to shake it off. The first baseman over there, number 11, Caitlin Benishek, was able to block it with her body the second time she's done it today. The runner, Mackenzie Leedy, advances over to second base. Harold is out with a ground out to the first baseman. And now comes Taylor Gustafson. Batting from the right side, takes the first pitch in there for a called strike. Gustafson, 30 hits on the season, batting .405, 15 runs batted in. A single here could potentially tie the game. Gustafson, 7 doubles, 2 triples on the season. Roush sends the 1-1 home. And that one just missed a little high. For Roush, 51 pitches this afternoon. Her pitch count a little bit lower than Maddie Harold so far. The Concordia pitcher comes home. Swung on, slow roller to third, checks the runner at second, throw to first late. Gustafson on at first, the runner goes second to third, Leedy over to third base. Gustafson is on with an infield single. It was a slow roller and she moves well up the line. Runners at the corners, first and third for Chapman, a chance to strike here. And it's going to be Tegan Ellis coming to the plate. Tegan Ellis, a junior wearing number 9, will step in from the right side. Runners at first and third, 1 out. And Roush comes home. Runner at first, Gustafson kind of took a big lead after the pitch, and the catcher popped up and acted like she was going to throw and was hoping to see if she could bait the runner at third, but did not. Roush sends this pitch in. There's going to be a stolen base over to second. Gustafson with a stolen base, so now runners at second and third, both in scoring position. A base hit could tie the game and potentially give Chapman the lead. Here comes the pitch with 1 out. This one is in the zone for a called strike. 1 ball and 2 strikes. The first baseman at Kennedy Schultz due up next. Ella's going to try and keep this rally going in the bottom of the 4th. Concordia leads it 2-1. This one is going to be swung on and missed. Strike 3, and there are 2 away. So runners at second and third for Chapman. Kennedy Schultz coming to the plate. Schultz, a freshman. Can the freshman deliver in a big-time situation? Still plenty of time for Chapman, but this would be a great opportunity. This one comes high and outside. Diving back over to third was Leedy. No throwdown, but dove back anyway right in front of Coach Cook. Third-year head coach Kyle Cook. 2 outs, runners at second and third. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, and the catcher sure is active behind the plate. Camley Hake is really letting Leedy know over at third that she's got her eye on her. Popped up a couple of the times out of the stance. Roush comes home. There's another swing and a miss, so just a strike away from getting out of it once more for Concordia. Can Kennedy Schultz deliver? 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on, and a 2-1 game. The 15 seed leads the 2. And Roush comes home high for a ball. 2-2. If they can get to her, Anna Martinez due up next. Here comes the pitch, swung on and fouled off the top of the backstop here, so kept it in the field of play, but barely. Got quite the battle going on. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Concordia leads 2-1. Big opportunity for Chapman, their biggest of the day so far. Here comes the pitch from Roush, and again fouled straight back. Kennedy Schultz, 25 hits on the season. Hit number 26 would be big time right here for Chapman. Roush, the Concordia pitcher, comes home and delivers. And again, let's do it again. Really battling up at the plate. The third one fouled straight back. This was the first one to get up and out of play. 2 balls and 2 strikes as more dust blows across the diamond. A dirt field here in Chapman. Roush comes home way high, ball 3. So all the way down from no balls, 2 strikes, and a couple of fouls, and now it's even at 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2. Kennedy Schultz trying to drive in a couple of runs. Here comes the pitch, swung on and fouled back. Quite the at-bat. I mentioned just a couple of minutes ago that Roush, the pitcher, was only at 50 pitches, and now she's at pitch number 65. 3 balls and 2 strikes. 2 outs, 2 on. Roush comes home and just missed the corner, ball 4. The bases are loaded for Chapman. Kennedy Schultz, the freshman, with a great at-bat, was able to fight it off, and then reaches on a base on balls. And now we're going to get a meeting on the mound. That gives us a chance to thank some more sponsors. Keating Chiropractic, with locations in Junction City and Manhattan, providing chiropractic care, corrective exercises, acupuncture, and more. Open Saturday mornings in Junction City from 8 to noon. And Amanda West State Farm Agency in Abilene, supporting all area student athletes. This is a Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services and Kirsten Day at Selling785.com. This is the Equity Bank broadcast booth. I'm Anthony Georges. Calling the game. Our video guy today is Brian Dennett. Certainly appreciate him and appreciate the hospitality here at Chapman. A great softball game with a trip to state on the line. 2-1 is our score. Right-handed batter this time. And the first pitch is going to miss for a ball. The batter is number 44, the designated player, Anna Martinez. Martinez, a freshman, 22 hits. This one is going to be swung on, foul third base side. And it was stopped by Coach Kyle Cook with his bare hand. Slow roller to third. And it's 1 ball and 1 strike. Bottom of the 4th inning, Concordia 2, Chapman 1, but the bases are loaded. A prime opportunity here for the Lady Irish. Here comes the pitch, swung on, popped up, and it is going to be caught by Concordia to end the inning. The bases are left loaded for Chapman. A pop-up to the shortstop to end the 4th. We go to the 5th. This is a Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, brought to you by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
I'm Brian Arms, your mortgage loan originator at Equity Bank here in Salina, Kansas. I'm a lifelong Salina resident here to tell you our bank can offer you mortgage and refinance options with terms designed for you. Why leave our community when you can choose the bank that never forgets it's your money? With 2 locations in town on Ohio Street and Santa Fe Avenue, there's no better time to apply online, in person, or over the phone. Learn more at equitybank.com, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now, open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Welcome back to Chapman at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. Today's game presented by Kirsten Day at Selling785.com. So the Irish leave the bases loaded. Martinez pops out to the shortstop. Prime opportunity, but Concordia was the one to get that little bit of luck there and get a soft hit off the bat. Kinsley Bethune, Kenley Williams, and Jalen Roush all due up here. Harold still on the circle, swung on and fouled back. Kenley Williams due up next, a couple of strikeouts for her. Here comes the pitch, coming in, swung on, hit sharply to the shortstop. Trouble for the shortstop, throw to first is late. The shortstop is Jay Rogers, and with a routine ground ball, but struggled a little bit with it. And a leadoff base runner once more for Concordia. So, in a game like this, any little bit of luck helps, and Concordia has been able to get a couple of lucky hits, a couple of double play balls. This one is fouled back, and for Chapman, they've had some balls come right their way, and just a couple of miscues, a couple of errors. The Panthers have the leadoff batter on for the third inning out of 5. And now Kinley Williams comes to the plate, a right-handed batter, showing bunt again, gets it down right in front of the plate. Harold over to first. It does advance the runner to second, so Bethune goes to second. Williams with a sacrifice bunt. It does advance the runner to second into scoring position, and now it's the pitcher, Jalen Roush. Batting cleanup in the order. A couple of strikeouts for Roush. Struck out to end the first, second out of the inning in the third. Matty Harold back to work with 1 out. Here comes the pitch, swung on. This one is going to be through the gap, first base side into right field, a base hit. And rounding third and then holding at third is Kinsley Bethune. So there is 1 out, and there is now 2 on. Runners at the corners. Jalen Roush with her first hit of the afternoon. And for Concordia, that is hit number 7. 7 hits, 2 runs for Concordia, 6 hits for Chapman, 1 run for the Irish. And now it is the catcher, Camley Hake, who has had a great season at the plate. First pitch is going to be a called strike, and now a stolen base. Roush over to second. Camley Hake, just a freshman, 20 hits, .311 batting average, 10 doubles. One of them being in this game when back in the first inning. Here comes the pitch, swung on way out in front, fouled it off, third base side. No balls and 2 strikes. You can hear the wind blowing across. Also see the dirt moving across the infield, especially at shortstop. Jay Rogers trying to get settled in. Here comes the pitch with 2 strikes and runners at second and third. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Big strikeout for the second out of the inning. 2 outs, and now it's the right fielder, Alyssa Patterson. Kinsley Bethune at third, Jalen Roush at second. Patterson 1 for 2, a single and a strikeout. And she will step in from the right side. Harold trying to get out of it. Top of the 5th, Concordia 2, Chapman 1. This one in the zone, a called strike on the outside corner. 86 pitches now for Matty Harold. The senior going to go pitch at Cloud County Community College next year in Concordia. This one just missed, so she's trying to send Concordia home before she calls Concordia her home next year. Here's going to be a grounder to the shortstop. Rogers over to first in time, and Chapman gets one go their way this time. Rogers over to first to Schultz for the out. We go to the bottom of the 5th. It's the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. Concordia 2, Chapman 1. This game presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
That iconic sign and discover our collection and personalized customer service in our 141st year. We're not old, just really good at what we do. Vernon Jewelers in downtown Salina, because love deserves that perfect setting.
Back here in Chapman at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. We go to the bottom of the 5th. Concordia 2, Chapman 1. This pitch swung on and fouled up and out of play. A great catch by the athletic director just behind us to our right. Olivia Harold up first, 8-9-1. Olivia Harold, Casey Heller, and Jay Rogers. Today's presenting sponsor, Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Here's going to be a line drive, hit out to left field, a base hit for the freshman to start it off. Olivia Harold connects on this one and turns it into a base hit, a leadoff base hit for Chapman. And now it's going to be the catcher, Casey Heller. Can that start the rally that Chapman has needed? Heller 0 for 1 with a strikeout back in the third. Can't believe it's only the second time through the order for this team that bats .428 as a whole. 21-3 on the season. Top of the order on deck, Jay Rogers and then Mackenzie Leedy if they can get to him. Nobody out, runner at first, bottom of the fifth. Sunny skies, a little bit of clouds as well. Here comes the pitch. Two balls and no strikes. Coach Cook over at third looking at his wristband. Showing bunt, couldn't get it, and now it's 2 balls and 1 strike. Trying to get some momentum. They've got the hits today, left a lot on base. 7 hits for Chapman, 1 run, 8 hits for Concordia, 2 runs. Roush delivered for the runner at first base, and it's going to get away from the catcher. Throw down to second is late, and it's going to be a stolen base for Olivia Harold over to second and in scoring position with nobody out in the bottom of the fifth. So a chance for Chapman to tie it up once again. They left the bases loaded in the fourth. Left a couple of runners as well, and a couple of double plays that ended some innings as well. Casey Heller, the catcher, will bat from the left side. 3 balls and 1 strike. Way ahead in the count. Roush, the pitcher, delivers. And this is going to miss. 4-4. So a couple of times today they've had their leadoff hitter on, never their first 2, and now they go to the top of the order to Jay Rogers, and this would be a great opportunity for hit number 61, and now there's going to be a meeting on the mound. Meeting on the mound, this gives us an opportunity to thank some more sponsors. USD 473 Chapman Schools, Chapman's tradition of high academic success, school-run business opportunities, and a culture of caring for students. We do what's best for all kids. And DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman. DK Sports and Fitness offers exercise and fitness classes for all ages, featuring boot camp fitness sessions at 5, 6, and 7 a.m., Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So the player with the best batting average on the team and probably one of the best in the state, Jay Rogers, batting .621 on the season, shows bunt and pops it foul. Rogers just a sophomore. 26 runs batted in. They have her bunting here, but you almost think you want to let her swing away. No balls and 1 strike. Nobody out. And this one is going to be swung on, popped up, and it is going to drop in for a base hit. And the throw to third is going to be late. So you can hear the home crowd of Chapman at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex gaining some life, trying to get some momentum here. Harold over to third, Keller to second. Rogers at first after the single, her second hit of the year, hit number 61. And now it's Mackenzie Leedy coming to the plate. Leedy, number 22, steps in from the left side. And Roush comes home, swung on and fouled back. No balls and a strike. Playing second base. Has been on twice. Back in the first, and then was left stranded in the fourth. No balls and 1 strike. This one is going to be swung on through for a base hit. 1 run is scored, and Chapman's going to put the brakes on at third. That's Casey Heller. The game is tied at 2 apiece. Nobody out. They keep the line moving. Harold scores. Heller over to third. She rounded third, and then Coach Cook changed his mind and put up the stop sign. Rogers will go over to second, and Leedy has another RBI. for Mackenzie Leedy. That is RBI number 21, and now it's Maddie Harold for Chapman. A prime opportunity. It is 2-2, and a prime opportunity for Chapman to take the lead. The bases are loaded. Maddie Harold, the senior. Checks. So they're going to say she did go. I thought they were going to say she checked her swing, but they're going to say she did go around. And Coach Cook not happy with the call, and many other folks not as well. Here comes the pitch. Swung on through the gap for a base hit. 1 run scores. It rolls all the way to the wall. 2-run score. Here comes the third. A bases clearing double for Chapman, and they lead it 5-2 in the bottom of the 5th. Maddie Harold delivers in the circle and at the plate. 4 runs have come across for Chapman. They now lead it 5-2 in the bottom of the 5th. Everyone that was on base came across to score. A bases clearing double, and now it's Taylor Gustafson. Just going to go foul, so she'll have to come back. So Harold has scored in the inning. Heller has scored in the inning. Rogers has scored, and Leedy scored as well. That one rolled all the way to the wall, right through the gap between second base and shortstop. Harold stands at second. Showing bunt again. There's a bunt right down to the pitcher, and that's the first out of the inning. The runner does go over to third. Maddie Harold to third. Gustafson with a sacrifice bunt. First time she's been retired today, but it was a good out if you're a Chapman fan. And Tegan Ellis will come to the plate. Ellis is 1 for 2, a single and a strikeout. Pitch just missed outside for Roush. So you felt like Chapman was close a couple of different times. A couple of runners left stranded, then in the 4th, base is loaded, and then they really let loose here in the 5th. This one is right over the plate for a called strike. Make it 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 out and a runner at third. Roush delivers, swung on, popped up. This one is going to get down for a base hit as well. Another run's going to score. Maddie Harold scores from third, and they just keep delivering when they need it here in the 5th. A pop up behind the first baseman. Second baseman was the one that ran over to try and get it. Between first and second, that one landed, and now we're going to get, looks to be a change. Coach Cook talking to the home plate umpire. Coming into the game, number 24, Callie Cook. She will come in as a pinch runner. She's been a pinch runner a couple of times this season. 6-2 is our score. 5 runs here in the bottom of the 5th. This one is swung on, hit well out to center field. It's dropped by the center fielder. Rounding second, and then stopping at third is Callie Cook, who just came into the game, and going all the way to second was number 1, Kennedy Schultz, on the double. So 5 runs have scored. There's just 1 out, and we have a meeting on the mound. This gives us time to thank some more sponsors: Smoky Valley Ag Services, an independent ag retailer and Pioneer sales rep committed to delivering trusted advice, high-yield potential products, the right crop protection technology, and agronomic insights you can use to achieve the goals for your growing operation. And Astrobank in Chapman and Abilene, and Day Excavating and Concrete. A long meeting in the mound. Is Roush going to stay in at pitcher? It assumes so. But there are only a couple of opportunities left now for Concordia. She is going to stay in. A long meeting on the mound. And now due up for Chapman for the Lady Irish is number 44, Anna Martinez. She's the only one that hadn't batted in this inning, so she's going to change that right now. She'll step in from the right side. Roush comes home. Runners at second and third. Cook at third, Schultz at second. Now you take a look at the box score and how different it was from just a couple of minutes ago. 12 hits, 6 runs for Chapman, 8 hits, 2 runs for Concordia. Here comes the pitch. Inside, but a swing and a miss as a lot of dirt blows across the diamond right now. Coach Cook over at third, claps his hands. Trying to settle back in, Anna Martinez. 1 out. Runners at second and third. Here comes the pitch. This one is going to be swung on, and it'll stay in play. Fouled off the backstop. One ball and 2 strikes. 6-2 is our score. The 2 seed Chapman leads the 15 seed Concordia. This one misses outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. For Martinez, 22 hits, 9 RBIs. The RBI here, or a base hit here, could put her into double digits for runs batted in this season. Here comes the pitch. This one is going to miss inside. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2. Full count. The only person retired in the inning was Taylor Gustafson, who laid a great bunt to advance the runners earlier. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, hit sharply to the shortstop, over to third. It is a double play. And that will end the inning. That is the 3rd out. It is a double play. That double play right there is the 3rd double play for Concordia. That is one of the many that could be our smart play of the game, brought to you by Smart Insurance with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. We go to the top of the 6th inning. 5 innings are in the books. This is our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, brought to you by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
Are you looking to buy or sell real estate? With over 11 years of experience serving Northeast Kansas from Abilene to Wamego, leave it to a professional. Call Kirsten Day, realtor and owner with Homefront Real Estate Group. Buying a home, whether it be your first or second time, is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll make in a lifetime. Therefore, finding the right agent to help you make the process easier is essential. Kirsten Day is there for you and your family every step of the way. Visit Kirsten Day online at selling785.com.
Astra Bank knows the challenges you face as a business owner. That's why they're committed to providing the dependable financial solutions that will help your business thrive. Visit them in Abilene, Chapman, or online at astra.bank. Astra Bank, member FDIC.
And we go to the 6th inning now here in Chapman. I'm Anthony Georges. Really appreciate you watching here today on Salina Post Sports. The 2 seed in Class 4A West, Chapman leading the 15 seed Concordia 6-2. 5 runs came across in the inning. Jay Rogers, Mackenzie Leedy, Maddie Harold, Olivia Harold, and Casey Heller all scored in the 5th. Lead to 5 runs, and now it is 6-2 Chapman in front. Today's game presenting sponsor is Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Well, thanks to more sponsors here in just a minute. For Concordia, they've got work to do. For Maddie Harold, she's going to get right back to business. She has got 7 strikeouts on the day. Check that. I think according to Game Changer, they've got her at 8 strikeouts. Caitlin Reedy, Caitlin Benishek, and Carly Brown due up. This one is swung on, popped up, and out of play just to our right. So it was behind where everybody was seated at on the Concordia side. And Caitlin Reedy will head back to the batter's box. She walked and also grounded out to the second baseman. 7, 8, and 9. Pitch number 92 for Maddie Harold coming up right here. The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Another strikeout for Maddie Harold. 1 down in the top of the 6th. Caitlin Benishek comes to the plate. Grounded out to the second baseman. Also hit by a pitch in the 4th. And then was out on a fielder's choice back in the 4th. 6-2 is our score. Chapman leads. This one is going to be swung on. Chop third base side, just foul. Just outside of the bag, right in front of one of the coaches. Caitlin Benishek nearly had a extra base hit right there. Got through had it been on the other side of the bag. And now hugging the bag is Olivia Harold. Maddie Harold comes home. This one misses high for a ball. Carly Brown due up next. She struck out 2 times this afternoon. Pitch number 95. In the circle, comes home, swung on, looped into left field. It's a base hit. And will that start a rally for Concordia? The Lady Panthers, a single for Caitlin Benishek, the second time she's been on this afternoon, and now it's Carly Brown. And I think they're going to make a change, and they are. A pinch runner, number 7, Bella Stuber, will check into the game at first, and she will come into the game for Caitlin Benishek. So Stuber hasn't seen a whole lot of plate appearances, but she is a pinch runner. And Concordia going to try and do everything they can here down the stretch, trailing by 4 runs. 1 on, 1 out. Here comes the pitch, and here's a throw back to first. Caught in between, a throw to second. Got her. Picked her off. So just got into the game. A pinch runner, Bella Stuber, is now out. And that is not what Coach Daniels had in mind, but for Chapman, they'll take it, and that is a smart play of the game brought to you by Smart Insurance with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. A quick throw over to first, and then a rifle to second to get the runner. And just like that, there are 2 away, and there is a swinging strike right there. No balls and 2 strikes. Maddie Harold in the zone, looking for her 10th strikeout of the afternoon. In the circle, 0-2 pitch comes in, just missed the zone outside. Heller tried to frame the corner. The umpire didn't fall for it, and now it's 1-2. Carly Brown batting 9th in the order. Nobody on after a runner was just picked off. Swing and a miss, strike 3. That is strikeout number 10 on the day for the pitcher, Maddie Harold. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Chapman in front, leading 6-2. A trip to the Sub-State Championship game on the line. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Astra Bank is committed to providing the dependable financial solutions that will help you fulfill your dream, whether it's building your wealth or owning a home. Visit them in Abilene, Chapman, or online at astra.bank. Astra Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
And we're back in Chapman at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. Chapman now with a lead 6-2 after they scored 5 runs in the 5th inning. Today's game presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Roush is still in the circle. And for Chapman, it is going to be 8, 9, and 1. Olivia Harold, Casey Heller, and Jay Rogers. So they're the exact 3 who started it in the 5th. Here's a pop-up to the pitcher in the circle. Coming in as Roush to make the catch. So 1 away just off here in the bottom of the 6th. And now it's going to be the catcher, Casey Heller. Tough fighting the wind on a day like today, especially with as windy as it's been, and a couple of times it's let up, and then it comes back even stronger. So Heller in the batter's box from the left side. 1 run scored for her, struck out and walked, looking for her first hit of the postseason. 1 out, fouled off third base side, just to the left of Coach Kyle Cook. Coming up next, top of the order, Jay Rogers. 2 for 3 on the day. Last hit was a blooper just past the shortstop that loaded the bases for Mackenzie Leedy, who then drove in some runs. Here's the pitch, and this one is going to come way inside. Heller gets out of the way, out of the batter's box, stepped back, Chapman playing a lot more freely. You can see it. There was some errors earlier in the game and just some mistakes they haven't really made all season, just playing a little bit tight. And now they are much more loose. Swung on, fouled back by Heller. 2 strikes and the at-bat. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 out and nobody on. Concordia going to try and hold them without any runs here and then see what they can do in the top of the 7th. Do or die time. This one is going to be swung on and missed. Strike 3, 2 away. And they go back to the top of the order now to Jay Rogers for the 4th time through the order. 61 hits on the season for Jay Rogers. Right-handed batter, top of the order. .621 batting average. And Roush in the circle, comes home, swung on, hit well out to center field. The center fielder is under it to make the catch. It is a 1-2-3 inning for Concordia. So just what they needed, but what can Concordia do at the plate? We've played 6 innings. 6 innings are in the books right here on Salina Post. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
Are you looking to buy or sell real estate? With over 11 years of experience serving Northeast Kansas from Abilene to Wamego, leave it to a professional. Call Kirsten Day, realtor and owner with Homefront Real Estate Group. Buying a home, whether it be your first or second time, is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll make in a lifetime. Therefore, finding the right agent to help you make the process easier is essential. Kirsten Day is there for you and your family every step of the way. Visit Kirsten Day online at selling785.com.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
Welcome back to Chapman. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Let's thank the more sponsors. Keating Chiropractic with locations in Junction City and Manhattan, providing chiropractic care, corrective exercises, acupuncture, and more. Open Saturday mornings in Junction City from 8 to noon. And Amanda West State Farm Agency in Abilene, supporting all area student athletes. A pitching change. Into pitch now. The freshman wearing number 0, Olivia Harold, will pitch. This is her 13th appearance on the season. 56 2/3 innings pitched for her. 71 strikeouts on the year for Olivia Harold, the younger sister of Maddie Harold, who exits after 6 innings of work. We'll go through her final line here in the postgame show. Just a brief postgame show before we get set for the next game if Chapman can hold on. Concordia at the plate, do or die time, top of the order. Here is a ground ball right back to the pitcher. Harold is there. 1 pitch, 1 out for the freshman on a rocket right up the middle, stopped by Olivia Harold. One pitch and 1 out. You can't start any better than that. And now it's the shortstop, number 3, Kinsley Bethune. This one is going to come inside, getting out of the way, getting her foot out of the way, I should say. Bethune trying to get on base and start this rally. Top of the 7th inning, 6-2, Chapman leads. After 4 innings, it was 2-1 Concordia. We went to the bottom of the 5th. It was the same score, and then Chapman scored 5 runs in the inning. 2 balls, no strikes. Up next, the third baseman, Kenley Williams. Concordia, the 15 seed. They have come in and battled here this afternoon. Harold comes home. Check swing, strike anyway. Doesn't matter. 2 balls and 2 strikes, 1 out. We're trying to save a little bit of the arm of Maddie Harold if they can get out of here with a win for the next game. This one is going to be swung on, chopped third base side, foul, very softly hit, maybe off the end of the bat. And we'll do the 2-2 again. Hustling down the line was Bethune. After a couple of days of storm, a little bit windy, but a great day for softball. 71 degrees was the temperature at game time. A little bit windy, but other than that, sunny skies, maybe a few clouds here or there. This pitch missed low and inside for a ball. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Very full crowd. Andale Garden Plain waiting to my right to see who they're going to play in the Sub-State Championship game. Here comes the pitch, swung on, popped it up in the infield, drifting back near the grass. Leedy is there to make the catch, and there's now 2 away. So 2 outs, 1 out away from the Sub-State Championship game. It's Kenley Williams will come to the plate for Chapman. 1 out away from the Sub-State Championship game, and we'll have that game right here for you on Salina Post Sports. 6-2 is our score. Swing and a miss to start it. 7 pitches for Olivia Harold, and they have all been heat from the freshman. Over 57 innings pitched now on the season. 2 outs, nobody on. Here comes the pitch inside, and it hit her. And now she's going to try to shake it off as she limps down to first. That is the second hit batter of the game. So now 1 on with 2 outs. Kenley Williams on with a hit by pitch. It's her first time on base here today. The other batter that was hit was Caitlin Benishek back in the 4th. Hit her on the inside part of the hand. Now it's Jalen Roush, the pitcher for Concordia. Trying to keep the rally going, but Chapman trying to shut it down. Swung on, hit out to right field. The right fielder charging in. It's going to drop in for a hit, and now going from first all the way to third and over to second. The throw to second. There was no tag, and now runners at second and third, so not dead yet. Not still trying to fight through. Kenley Williams over to third. Jalen Roush in with a double. It landed in right field's fair, just in front of the line and just behind the first base bag. Harold was charging in, but couldn't get to it. And now it's going to be the catcher, Camley Haig. 6-2 the score. Top of the 7th. Here comes the pitch. Swung on to Jay Rogers at short. Over to first. High throw. Pulled her off the bag, but the landing stuck, and Chapman is going to win it. The home crowd loves it. Chapman fights back in a tough game. They get the win. The final score, Chapman Varsity Lady Irish 6, Concordia Lady Panthers 2. Let's go ahead and thank some more sponsors. USD 473 Chapman Schools. Chapman's tradition of high academic success, school-run business opportunities, and a culture of caring for students. We do what's best for all kids. DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman. DK Sports and Fitness offers exercise and fitness classes for all ages, featuring boot camp fitness sessions at 5, 6, and 7 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll have a little bit of post-game coverage, talk about some final numbers, and then get ready for the Sub-State Championship game between Chapman and Andale Garden Plain. That's coming up right after this. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
One final time, welcome back to the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex here for game number 1 in Chapman. This is a Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Chapman comes from behind. They win it 6-2, the final score. Chapman 12 hits, 6 runs. Concordia 10 hits, 2 runs. And let's take a look at the breakdown. 1 in the first for Chapman. They led 1-0 after the first. Go to the second. Concordia scores 2. They lead it 2-1. Go all the way to the 5th, bottom of the 5th. Chapman got their first 4 batters on, and then they ended up scoring 5 runs in the inning. They led after 5 by a score of 6-2. No runs for either team in the 6th. In the 7th, Concordia had a couple of batters get on base, but ultimately Olivia Harold shut it down, and Chapman wins it by a final score of 6-2. Taking a look at the box score for the pitching just real quick. Maddie Harold gets the win. That is her 14th win of the season. 6 innings pitched, 9 hits, 2 earned runs, 1 hit batter, 1 walk, and 11 strikeouts. For Olivia Harold, 1 inning pitched, 1 hit, and no strikeouts. For Concordia, their pitcher, Jalen Roush, 12 hits, 6 innings pitched, 6 earned runs, 2 walks, and 3 strikeouts. So Chapman wins it. The Irish are going to fight for a chance to go to the state tournament for the first time since 2016. They're going to play Andale Garden Plain. Andale Garden Plain beat Pratt earlier this afternoon by a final score of 10-7. So it should be a fun one. You've got Andale Garden Plain out of the AVCTL and Chapman in the NCKL. We'll come back in about 15 to 20 minutes, and we will have the Sub-State Championship game from right here in Chapman at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. I'm Anthony Georges for our video guy, Brian Dennett. This has been the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. Presenting sponsors today, Kirsten Day at selling785.com and Smoky Valley Ag Services. Well, good evening and welcome to Darrell Beamer Sports Complex in Chapman. I'm Anthony, is joined alongside my video guy this afternoon. Really appreciate him. Brian has been doing a great job with the video stream on Salina Sports. Brian Dennett. And this is our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com and Smoky Valley Ag Services. It is the 2 seed, the Chapman Lady Irish, hosting the 10 seed Andale Garden Plain Indians. It's going to be a fun one. Both teams had a couple of big wins to set them up here in the Sub-State Championship game. Andale Garden Plain played first today. They beat Pratt by a score of 10-7. It was a 10-7 game, so Andale Garden Plain with the upset, if you want to call it that. And then Chapman, they struggled earlier against Concordia. 2-1 was the score going to the bottom of the 5th, but the Lady Irish scored 5 runs in the 5th, and they held off Concordia, winning by a final score of 6-2. This is the Equity Bank broadcast booth. Starting lineups are presented by Billings Group. Starters for Chapman. Playing shortstop, batting first, Jay Rogers. Playing second base, batting second, Mackenzie Leedy. Pitching and batting third, Maddie Harold. Batting cleanup, the center fielder number 5, Taylor Gustafson. Batting fifth, the left fielder number 9, Tegan Ellis. Sixth, the first baseman number 1, Kennedy Schultz. Batting seventh, the designated player number 44, Anna Martinez. Eighth, the third baseman, Olivia Harold. And ninth, the catcher number 3, Casey Heller. For Andale Garden Plain, we'll go through them as they come to the plate. For Chapman, Maddie Harold in the circle. The first pitch is a little bit high for ball 1. For Andale Garden Plain, leading off for them, playing third base number 10, Paige Stanhope. Batting second, the designated player number 8, Elsie Johnson. Batting third, the catcher number 14, Emery Benson-Laddick. Harold, second pitch is a strike. First strike of the game. Harold, if you weren't listening in our first one, is going to go pitch at Cloud County Community College next year. In the last game, she pitched 6 innings of 2-run ball. This one's going to come in low for a ball, 2 balls and 1 strike. So Paige Stanhope, Elsie Johnson, Emery Benson-Laddick. Batting cleanup and batting fourth, the first baseman, number 19, Miley McKim. Fifth, it is the right fielder, number 15, Alexi Brasser. 2 balls and 1 strikes to the leadoff batter, Paige Stanhope. This one is going to come in and hit Stanhope. So it is a hit batter to start this Sub-State Championship game. Once again, our starting lineups today brought to you by Billings Group. Batting sixth, it is the second baseman, number 34, Haley Decker. Seventh, the shortstop, number 13, Brooklyn Seeley. Eighth, the center fielder, number 7, Josie Harp. And batting ninth, it's the left fielder, number 12, Emily Eck. Showing bunt, it's a called strike anyway, Elsie Johnson. Batting .417 on the season, the designated player for Andale Garden Plain. For Chapman, same jerseys, green jerseys, black pants, Chapman across the front, and white numbers in white as well. Taking off for second, but now having to go back due to a bunt foul is Paige Stanhope for Andale Garden Plain. They are in their black road jerseys. Andale Garden Plain across the front in yellow, numbers in black, outlined in yellow as well. Indian on one side, the Owl on the other. Here comes the pitch. High, gets all the way to the backstop. Stanhope will go down to second. And a passed ball leads to Paige Stanhope being in scoring position to start. On the year for the pitcher, Maddie Harold, as mentioned, a senior, one of 3 seniors on this team for Chapman. And here comes the pitch right here. This one is going to be a kind of a golf swing strikeout. Elsie Johnson down on strikes for the first out of the inning. But for Maddie Harold, she had 90 in the third innings coming into today. She pitched 6 innings, so 96. And now 2/3 innings pitched after that out. So 1 out, a runner at second base. It's the catcher, number 14, Emery Benson-Laddick at Darrell Beamer Sports Complex here in Chapman. Swing and a miss. First strikeout of the game for Harold. She had 11 strikeouts in the first game against Concordia. So Chapman just finished up about a half hour ago. Andale Garden Plain, they've been sitting for probably close to 2.5 hours. Called strike 2 to Benson-Laddick, the catcher. Had a couple of great plays in their first game against Pratt. A couple of times she popped up from behind home plate and threw out a runner on a bunt. Down to the count, no balls and 2 strikes here. Harold comes home, swing and a miss. Back-to-back strikeouts for Maddie Harold, 2 outs in the top of the first. And now it's going to bring up the first baseman, number 19, Miley McKim. Batting .367 on the season, playing first base. A runner in scoring position. Here comes the pitch. It's in there for a called strike, and Harold has found the zone. Paige Stanhope, the first batter of the game, reached on a hit by pitch, went to second on a passed ball, then a couple of strikeouts since, so she's still at second. No balls, 1 strike to McKim. This one is in there again for a called strike 2. No balls and 2 strikes. Lexi Brassler due up next if they can get to her. Harold trying to strike out the side. McKim steps in. Here comes the pitch. Called strike 3, and she strikes out the side to start. A runner is left stranded at second base, and Andale Garden Plain goes down. 3 strikeouts in the inning. We go to the bottom of the first. Chapman will come to the plate. No score yet. This is a Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com.
Are you looking to buy or sell real estate? With over 11 years of experience serving Northeast Kansas from Abilene to Wamego, leave it to a professional. Call Kirsten Day, realtor and owner with Homefront Real Estate Group. Buying a home, whether it be your first or second time, is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll make in a lifetime. Therefore, finding the right agent to help you make the process easier is essential. Kirsten Day is there for you and your family every step of the way. Visit Kirsten Day online at selling785.com.
Astra Bank knows the challenges you face as a business owner. That's why they're committed to providing the dependable financial solutions that will help your business thrive. Visit them in Abilene, Chapman, or online at astra.bank. Astra Bank, member FDIC.
Back here in Chapman, we go to the bottom of the first. No score yet. Andale Garden Plain left the runner stranded in scoring position. Paige Stanhope, then 3 strikeouts. Now it's time for the home team, the Chapman Irish, to come to the plate. Today's game presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services. Want to thank some more sponsors. Smoky Valley Ag Services, an independent ag retailer and pioneer sales rep committed to delivering trusted advice, high-yield potential products, the right crop protection technology, and agronomic insights you can use to achieve the goals for your growing operation. Also want to thank Astra Bank in Chapman and Abilene and Day Excavating and Concrete. For the Chapman Lady Irish, leading off Jay Rogers batting second, Mackenzie Leedy batting third, the pitcher Maddie Harold. And then Taylor Gustafson, followed by Tegan Ellis, Kennedy Schultz, Anna Martinez, Olivia Harold, and Casey Heller rounds out the order batting ninth. Jay Rogers batting .621 on the season. .621, you heard that right, 62 hits. First pitch comes low and inside. The pitcher for Andale Garden Plain is number 9, Jane Elise. Just a sophomore. A ball and no strikes. This one is going to be chopped foul, third base side for Jay Rogers. A great crowd on hand tonight. A lot of folks were here for game 1. Even more of the Chapman community has came out for game 2. Some Andale Garden Plain folks sit it off to my right. A couple of them also down beyond the first base side and sitting out under some shaded trees. Great day for softball. The wind has kind of settled down a little bit too. Here comes the pitch. This one is going to be swung on, hit sharply to the shortstop off of the hand. It took a wicked hop. It goes off the shortstop. That is Brooklyn Seeley. It's going to be an infield single for Jay Rogers. And the leadoff batter is on for Chapman, much like it was for Andale Garden Plain. And now it's the second baseman, number 22, Mackenzie Leedy. Leedy had a big hit, a bases-clearing double that gave Chapman the lead in the first game against Concordia. Showing bunt, gets the bunt down, third base side, throw to first, and now here's going to be a throw to second. They've got her in a rundown here. Jay Rogers in a rundown. And now it's going to be dropped by Andale Garden Plain. Could have been a double play, but they couldn't quite secure it. They get the out at first. And now Rogers over to third. And for Chapman, you might have just caught a little bit of a break right there. Definitely caught a break. So sacrifice bunt is how Leedy is out. And then Rogers caught in a rundown. It was a snap throw over to second. And the rundown went Chapman's way. Andale Garden Plain could not get her out. And now Maddie Harold going to come to the plate. The pitcher, she steps in and takes the first pitch for a called strike. Jane Elise wearing number 9 for Andale Garden Plain. Going to try and get some stats on her. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, chopped third base side, rolls foul. Over in the area was Stanhope. 2 strikes now for Lease. 5 1/3 innings pitched. This is only her second start of the entire season. 6 strikeouts. No score yet. Here comes the pitch. It is just missing the corner outside. One ball and 2 strikes, 1 out. Runner at third is Jay Rogers. Maddie Harold, the pitcher, is at the dish, trying to drive in the first run of the game. Here comes the pitch, swung on. This one hit way out of play to the left. And 1-2 will do it again. Maddie Harold's great in the circle, but a good hitter as well, batting .464. 40 hits on the season for Maddie Harold. Lease comes home with the pitch, swung on and chopped foul, just barely got it off the end of the bat, and we'll do it again. So a great battle going on right now. Coming up next will be the center fielder, Taylor Gustafson. 1-2 the count. Here comes the pitch, and it is going to come across low. The catcher, Benson Laddick, drops to her knees to block it. 2 balls and 2 strikes. For Andale Garden Plain, Stanhope at third, Seeley at shortstop, Decker at second, McKim at first, Benson Laddick behind the plate, and Lease in the circle. This one is going to be swung on, hit well out to left, a great catch, and now here's the tag. The throw to the plate, a little bit offline, and Jay Rogers scores from third. A great catch out in left field and a great throw, but Rogers was able to tag up and score from third. That's the first run of the game for Chapman. They lead it 1-0 with now 2 outs in the bottom of the first. That was a great catch out in left field by the left fielder, Emily Eck. To rocket off the bat of Maddie Harold. And now it's going to be Taylor Gustafson. Nobody on, 2 outs, 1 run has come across. 1-0, Chapman leads. Check swing, didn't go, pulled back. Coming up next will be Tegan Ellis if they get to her. Lease checks the wristband, comes home, swung on, hit third base side, foul. Stanhope was charging in, it goes foul, just left of the bag, and Coach Kyle Cook trying to reach out and grab it, just couldn't. 1-1. Coming up later in the game, we'll have our area scoreboard brought to you by Bennington State Bank. One of those games, Salina South and Salina Central playing for a chance to go to the state tournament next week. Lease comes home, this one an off speed outside. Taylor Gustafson batting cleanup, batting .405 on the season. As a team, listen to this, Chapman batting .428, just unreal at the plate. This one is going to be swung on, hit sharply to third. Stanhope gets a glove on it, throws to first, stretch by McKim in time. Andale Garden Plain. A couple of nice plays in the field, but Chapman, they get a run. We go to the second right here on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Chapman 1 and Garden Plain 0.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
Welcome back to Chapman at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. I'm Anthony Georges. Thanks for joining us on Salina Post Sports Network. Today's game brought to you by Smoky Valley Ag Services. We'll get you some more sponsors here in just a second. Andale Garden Plain back at the plate. Back in the circle, Maddie Harold for Chapman. It's going to be 5, 6, and 7. Lexi Brasser, Haley Decker, and Brooklyn Seeley coming to the plate for Andale Garden Plain. A couple of great plays in the field for both teams. And for Chapman, they are going to try and keeping on with their star pitcher, Maddie Harold. 3 strikeouts. Here's a strike right there, and now Brasser batting .326, going to step out and take a couple of practice swings. Andale Garden Plain was second in Class 4A last year. They lost to Wamego, who Chapman split with this year. Swung on, hit out to right field. It's a base hit. It's the first base hit of the game for Andale Garden Plain. Brasser was down in the count, 0-2. She gets a base hit to right field. And for the second straight inning, the Indians have their leadoff hitter on. But as mentioned, Andale Garden Plain, they were second in state last year. They were the 8th seed, fought their way all the way to the championship game, and then lost to Wamego 5-0. So they finished second in 4A. Here's going to be a bunt popped into the air and caught by the pitcher, Harold. Decker tried to lay down a bunt. It was popped up and caught by the pitcher, Harold. For Chapman, they're trying to get back to the state tournament for the first time since 2016. And Chapman is 22-3, their best regular season record ever. This one is going to come across low. In 2016, they placed third. They have not made it back since then. They have never won a state title. 22-3 on the year, best regular season in Chapman High School program history. Here comes the pitch, a little bit outside. So 1 on and 1 out for Brooklyn Seeley. Right-handed batter, batting .373 on the year. Harold in the circle. 3 strikeouts so far. Here comes the pitch, swung on, hit up the middle, and that's going to get through for another base hit. Back-to-back hits for Andale Garden Plain. Brooklyn Seeley with the second hit of the inning. And now you've got runners at first and second. Josie Harp, batting 8th in the order, will come to the plate. She'll step in from the left side. A couple of big leadoffs from the runners at first and second. So Heller, who's done a great job catching in the first game and so far here in the second, popped up and checked on the runners. 20 pitches so far for Maddie Harold. Runners at first and second. Chapman leads 1-0, top of the second inning. Dirt blowing across the diamond. This one missed a little bit outside for for Josie Harp. Up next, it's going to be Emily Eck. She had a great game the first game against Pratt, had 3 hits. Here comes the pitch for Maddie Harold. Here comes a bunt, third base side, caught by the third baseman. Olivia Harold comes in to make the catch. That's the second bunt out of the inning. Both of them have been popped up. So popped up to the third baseman. Harold was charging in. That's the second time they've tried to lay down a bunt to advance the runners. Both times they've popped up, and both Harold sisters have made the catch. One by Maddie, and now one by Olivia. Emily Eck now at the plate for Andale Garden Plain. Right-handed batter, left fielder. Harold trying to get out of the inning and leave a couple of runners stranded at first and second. Here comes the pitch. It's going to be on the inside corner for a called strike. I was talking to one of the assistant coaches. I was talking with Coach Wyatt Rutherford before the first game today, and he said, here comes the pitch, swing and a miss. He said if things go as they hope, which means making a run deep in the state tournament, there's a chance that Maddie Harold could get over 600 strikeouts in her career. She's over 500 as of now in the 550 range. Here comes this one, high and inside. It's going to hit Emily Eck. So a hit batter. The bases are loaded. Lexi Brasser to third, Brooklyn Seeley to second, Emily Eck to first, and now you got the top of the order. And speaking of hit batters, Paige Stanhope was hit in her first appearance. But I wanted to finish that thought. She's got over 550 strikeouts, had 11 strikeouts in the first game today and 3 so far here in this game. So there's a chance, if Chapman makes a run like they're hoping, that she could get over 600 strikeouts in her career. First pitch to Stanhope is a called strike. Bases are loaded. Here comes the pitch from Harold. Swing and a miss. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. Chapman leads 1-0. Maddie Harold delivers, swing and a miss, strike 3. You can hear the home crowd fired up. Strikeout number 4 on the day for Maddie Harold. We'll take a break. You're watching the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Chapman leads it 1-0.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
We go to the bottom of the second. Chapman leads it 1-0. 5, 6, and 7. Tegan Ellis, Kennedy Schultz, and Anna Martinez all due up. We're going to thank some more sponsors here in just a second. A lot of great sponsors helping us bring you this coverage of Chapman High School softball on the Salina Post Sports Network. Lease still in the circle. Here comes the pitch. Low for a ball. Let's thank some sponsors. Home Automotive Services in Abilene and Salina, your local Chevy, GMC, and Buick dealer. Hail Damage, see their award-winning body shop with in-house paintless dent repair. And DK Sports and Fitness with indoor batting cages for softball and baseball. Specialized training for baseball and softball players from Hayes to Wamego and Marion to Frankfort. DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman. 2 balls and a strike to Tegan Ellis, playing left field here in game 2. Called strike for Lease. 20 pitches now for Lease. Only 6 innings pitched on the season according to Game Changer. Off-speed pitch comes across high and out of the zone. Sun beginning to kind of start to begin its way to go down. Just off to our right. All of the infield is covered by the sun right now, but going to be behind the trees here very soon. Here comes the pitch, low, and it's going to hit the batter. Low and inside, Tegan Ellis hit by a pitch. And the second base runner of the evening for Chapman is Tegan Ellis with a hit by pitch. Now Kennedy Schultz will come to the plate. Schultz had a couple of big hits as well, one in the 5th inning, which really helped Chapman come back and blow it open against Concordia. Runner at first base, nobody out. Here comes the pitch, showing butt. It's going to get away from the catcher, just fouled off. Kennedy Schultz, a freshman. 3 seniors, 5 juniors, 2 sophomores, 5 freshmen for Chapman. That is the roster breakdown. As a team, batting .428 on the season. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, hit right back up the middle. Lee's trying to get it, running it out. Got it just in time. Wow, that was about as close as you're going to get at first. Man, hustling up the line. Schultz was able to make it look very close after the ball ricocheted off of the glove of Lease. But a ground out. The runner does advance over to second, so a ground out to the pitcher for Schultz. And now it's Anna Martinez. So 1 out and 1 on, and 1 in scoring position. Anna Martinez, the designated player, comes to the plate. This pitch comes across low. Martinez wearing number 44. Same exact lineup for Chapman as the first game. This one is going to be swung on, popped up in the infield, drifting back. Decker at second makes the catch, just shy of the grass, 2 away. Caught by Decker of Andale Garden Plain, 2 outs. So the crazy thing is Chapman, they've only had 2 base runners so far. Jay Rogers reached on a single in the bottom of the first, was able to advance to second on a sacrifice bunt, was in a rundown between second and third, was able to get to third, and then was able to score on a fly ball, a sacrifice fly to left field by Matty Harold. So 1-0 is our score. Swung on, chopped third base side near the dugout. Coach Cook providing some instructions over third base side in the coach's box. The runner at second base, Tegan Ellis, reached because she was hit by a pitch to start off the second inning. This one is going to be an off speed, a little bit up in the zone. Olivia Harold, the third baseman, pitched the final inning of the first game. Did give up a hit, but that's it. Harold, a freshman, the younger sister of Maddie Harold. And she will be the pitcher of the future for Chapman. Here comes the pitch. This one is going to be swung on, hit sharply to third. Stanhope over to first. McKim squeezes it. And the inning is over. A hit batter, 1 left on. We go to the bottom of the second on our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services. Chapman 1, Andale Garden Plain 0.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Welcome back to the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex in Chapman. Chapman leads it 1-0. Today's game presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Let's thank some more sponsors. Keating Chiropractic with locations in Junction City and Manhattan, providing chiropractic care, corrective exercises, acupuncture, and more. Open Saturday mornings in Junction City from 8 to noon. Also want to thank Amanda West State Farm Agency in Abilene, supporting all area student athletes. Maddie Harold back in the circle for Andale Garden Plain. 2, 3, and 4. Elsie Johnson, Emery Benson-Laddick, and Miley McKim. Swing and a miss right there for Johnson, batting .417 on the season. The designated player struck out her first time. 4 strikeout victims here in game number 2, the championship game for Harold. A called strike there, and quickly 0-2. 15 strikeouts on the day so far for Maddie Harold. 0-2 pitch coming home. Swung on, hit out to right field. That is going to be close. It is just a foul ball. Right field line just drifted foul. It would have been extra bases for Elsie Johnson, but instead she'll turn around and come back to home plate and do it all over again. No balls and 2 strikes to Elsie Johnson. Johnson is a junior. Maddie Harold back in the circle. Here comes pitch number 35. Coming home with it swung on, hit softly to second base. Leady's got it, flips underhand to first, and just barely beats out the runner, Elsie Johnson. He was moving quickly down the line. It was a very slow roller, which made it a kind of a close play, but in the end, the result's the same. A ground out for Elsie Johnson. And now it's going to be the catcher, Emery Benson-Laddick. Benson-Laddick batting .425, also struck out her first time. It was 3 strikeouts to end the first inning. Check swing, yes, she did go. Didn't pull back in time. Emery Benson-Laddick, no balls and 1 strike. Harold in the circle, wasting no time, ready to roll. Here comes the pitch. This one missed outside for a ball. Miley McKim due up next, followed by Lexi Brasser. The winner of this game goes to the state tournament next week in Salina. This one outside for a ball. State tournament next Thursday and Friday. The 2-1 pitch, swung on, fouled straight back, right off the backstop, 2-2. Trying to get some scores for you here for our area scoreboard, brought to you by Bennington State Bank. Had a couple of scores from earlier. I'll go ahead and share them again. Abilene baseball over Concordia 7-3. Southeast of Salina softball 16-0 over Harrington. Swing and a miss, strikeout. Second strikeout of the day for Benson Laddick. Fifth strikeout of the day for the pitcher, Maddie Harold. So there's 2 outs. 5 strikeouts on the day, and now it's Miley McKim for Andale Garden Plain. McKim, one of those strikeout victims back in the first inning. Top of the third, Chapman 1, Andale Garden Plain 0. McKim fouls the first one off the side netting. No balls and 1 strike. A couple of practice swings. Andale Garden Plain, coached by Aaron Carnier, second year as the head of the program. No balls and 1 strike to McKim. Harold delivers, swung on, popped this one up and out of play, and it's going to land directly behind us. One of the few that do get up and out of play. They've got netting all over the complex. Really like how it's set. Really a safe place for a lot of folks to come and watch the game if they want to. 2 strikes. This one is going to get low and all the way back to the backstop. So staying alive is McKim. A ball and 2 strikes. The wind has seemed to cool down a little bit. Kind of stopped blowing as hard as it was. Here comes the pitch to McKim. Swung on, hit first base side. It's a fair ball. And Miley McKim has got her first hit of the game, and that is the 3rd hit of the game for Andale Garden Plain. And that single by McKim gives Andale a base runner with 2 outs in the top of the 3rd. Now it's going to be Lexi Brasser. That one just stayed on the inside part of the bag, stayed fair. And now Harold back to work on Lexi Brasser. Swung on, hit out to right field, drifting back, and it's going to be caught out in right field. So one person is left stranded. Peterson out in right field. The flex player makes the catch, and we go to the bottom of the 3rd. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
Are you looking to buy or sell real estate? With over 11 years of experience serving Northeast Kansas from Abilene to Wamego, leave it to a professional. Call Kirsten Day, realtor and owner with Homefront Real Estate Group. Buying a home, whether it be your first or second time, is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll make in a lifetime. Therefore, finding the right agent to help you make the process easier is essential. Kirsten Day is there for you and your family every step of the way. Visit Kirsten Day online at selling785.com.
Welcome back to Chapman. Let's go ahead and thank some more sponsors. First, this is our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Also want to thank some sponsors, USG 473 Chapman Schools. Chapman's tradition of high academic success, school-run business opportunities, and a culture of caring for students. We do what's best for all kids. DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman. DK Sports and Fitness offers exercise and fitness classes for all ages, featuring boot camp fitness sessions at 5, 6, and 7 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. For Chapman, 9-1-2. Casey Heller, Jay Rogers, and Mackenzie Leedy due up for the Lady Irish. Time is called. Lee's back in the circle for Andale Garden Plain. Casey Heller coming to the plate for the first time here this evening. Swung on, hit to second, diving stop, throw to first from the knees, not in time. A base hit, an infield single for Casey Heller. An infield single for her, and Chapman, for the 3rd consecutive inning, has got their leadoff batter on. That is hit number 19 on the season for Casey Heller. And now back to the top of the order to Jay Rogers, who has got 63 hits on the season, batting .621. So 1 on and nobody out. First pitch to Jay Rogers is a called strike. Rogers followed up by Mackenzie Leedy in the on-deck circle. Been a quiet game so far. 3 hits for Andale Garden Plain, no runs. 2 hits for Chapman, 1 run. No errors from either side. A ball and a strike to count. Here comes the pitch, swing and a miss. They're going to say she just barely fouled it off. Didn't hear much contact, but they said she just did get a piece of it. So a ball and 2 strikes now.
Come on, Jay!
Heller at first, Rogers down on the count, a ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch, swung on, hit sharply to third. And he calls it a foul ball. Man, that was close. Well, he was right on it, too. Foul ball. It would have been an extra base hit and a chance to maybe even score the runner from first. It was going to roll a long ways out there. But instead, it is a foul ball. We'll do the 1-2 pitch all over again.
Come on, Jay!
Here comes the 1-2 pitch. Inside for ball 2. Benson Ladek gets up and kind of walks the ball back and then tosses it back, trying to get her pitcher to refocus. As mentioned, this is a 3rd straight inning for Chapman to get their leadoff hitter on. 2-2 pitch coming home, swung on, rifle again, same spot, foul. Man, just a little bit too much in front of it, not by much at all. Fouled at third base side again. Couple of rocket shots down the line, just couldn't get him to stay fair. And I tell you, Paige Stanhope for Andale Garden Plain is about as close to third base as you can get, trying to not let one get through. Here comes the pitch with 2 strikes on Jay Rogers. This one swung on, chopped to Stanhope to second for 1, no throw to first, so they get the lead runner on the fielder's choice. Casey Heller out at second on the fielder's choice. Rogers at first. And there is now 1 away. So she got a couple of great hits, just went foul. This one was a chopper to the third baseman, Stanhope, over to Decker at second. And this one is going to be hit to the third baseman. And Stanhope couldn't squeeze it, went off the front of the glove, and it's going to be an infield single right there for Mackenzie Leedy. Rogers over to second, Leedy to first, so an infield single. Probably should be an error, but they got it listed as a single. And Maddie Harold, who flew out to the left fielder her first time up, also got an RBI, will step in from the right side. Lee still in the circle. Chapman threatening. First pitch just a bit up in the zone for ball 1. Maddie Harold, that was her 40th run batted in on the season back in the first. Bottom of the third, here comes the pitch. Swung on, hit right up the middle. It's through for a base hit. Coach Cook sending Rogers around third. Here's the throw to the plate. It's offline. Now here's a throw to third and safe at third. Rogers scores, Leedy first to third, and Harold is getting her 41st run batted in on the season. Right up the middle between second base and the shortstop. So Chapman is in business with 1 out. They've got another run here in the third. It is 2-0, and we are going to get a pinch runner. Maddie Harold's going to get a pinch runner, and coming in will be number 24, Callie Cook. We saw her in the first game as well. And now it is Taylor Gustafson coming to the plate, grounded out to the third baseman her first time up to end the first inning. Runners at the corners. Swung on, chopped to Stanhope at third. Throw to first. McKim's got it, laid the tag. It pulled her off the back. Here's the throw to third. The tag at third, not in time. So a nice play at first by Miley McKim, drawn off the bag and then tagged the runner. But then the throw to third across the diamond. Stanhope was able to make the catch but didn't get the tag down in time. It is now 3-0. She checks the runner at third and then went to first anyway, as you should. But Leedy did come across. The runner at third now. Callie Cook at third. Assume there's some relation between her and Kyle Cook, the coach. 2 outs in the inning now. This one just missed. Three to 0 is our score. 6 hits for Chapman, 3 runs for the Lady Irish. This one is going to be swung on third base side, foul again. So a lot of foul balls third base side. Chapman on the third base side, Andale Garden playing first base side. Got an update from Devin Haney with a area scoreboard update brought to you by Bennington State Bank. We'll get to that in a second. This one is going to be a called strike. Salina Central leading Salina South 9-5 in the 6th inning. So, Devin, we certainly appreciate that. And thanks to Bennington State Bank, our area scoreboard. We'll get to more scores here a little bit later on in the game. 3-0 is our score. Runner at third base. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, hit to the shortstop. Fielded cleanly. Throw to first in time. Couple more runs come across for Chapman. We go to the top of the 4th. 3 innings are in the books. The Chapman Irish trying to get back to the state tournament for the first time since 2016. Chapman 3, Andale Garden Plain 0. You're watching the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
Astra Bank is committed to providing the dependable financial solutions that will help you fulfill your dream, whether it's building your wealth or owning a home. Visit them in Abilene, Chapman, or online at astra.bank. Astra Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
APAC Kansas Incorporated has been building the Heartland from the ground up for over a century. From the supply of aggregate materials, hot mix asphalt, and concrete to the construction of roads and bridges, we do it all. You've seen our trucks, and now we want to hire you. APAC in Salina is growing, and we are hiring for all positions. From truck drivers to mechanics, general laborers, and construction, APAC has your next career. For more details, visit the job links page at salinapost.com. Great pay and benefits, APAC is an equal opportunity employer.
Back here in Chapman at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. Game coverage today presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com and Smoky Valley Ag Services. Smoky Valley Ag Services, an independent ag retailer and pioneer sales rep committed to delivering trusted advice, high-yield potential products, the right crop protection technology, and agronomic insights you can use to achieve the goals for your growing operation. Also, Astra Bank in Chapman and Abilene, and Day Excavating and Concrete. Top of the 4th inning, Andale Garden Plain trails 3-0. Chapman in the lead, trying to get back to the state tournament. It is 6, 7, and 8. Haley Decker, Brooklyn Seeley, and Josie Harp due up. This one's going to come inside from Harold for a ball. Make it 2 balls and no strikes. Well, I said earlier the wind kind of went away. I guess that was a not true statement as dirt is blowing across the diamond, and you can hear it coming across the microphone. Swing and a miss, strike there for Decker, batting .382 on the season. Popped up to the pitcher her first time at the dish. Here comes the pitch, a swing and a miss. That one was blown right by her. Harold's got 5 strikeouts on the evening. 16 on the day if you count the first game. 2-2 pitch, check swing. No, they don't check down to first. She didn't go around, and it's a full count at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Harold comes home with a full count pitch, low and outside, ball 4. A base on balls, a walk. Haley Decker at first, and now it's Brooklyn Seeley. Top of the 4th inning. Chapman 3, Andale Garden Plain 0. Andale Garden Plain 14 and 11 on the season. Chapman 22 and 3. It's going to be a pop-up foul territory, drifting out of play. It is out of play. First base side behind the Indian dugout. No balls and a strike. Catching her up in a stance, checking to see if the runner's going to go. A big leadoff from Decker at first. And Heller quickly popped up and looked over to first, but no throwdown. Josie Harp due up next. Here comes the pitch outside again. The lead's pretty big over there at first, but Heller is just keeping an eye. No throwdown again. 2 balls and a strike. 2-1 the count. Harold's going to come home with a 2-1 delivery. That one low, 3-1, and on the verge of back-to-back walks with nobody out. Bottom part of the order for Andale Garden Plain. Harold comes home with a 3-1. Swung on line. Foul, first base side. A couple of them that have gone that way. So Chapman's had a couple of Rockets third base side, left field line foul. Andale Garden Plains had a couple first base side go foul. So the left field and right field lines have not been friendly here so far to either team. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes to Brooklyn Seeley. Harold looking for her 6th strikeout of the night. 3-2 pitch, swung on, popped up and out of play and off the deflection from the backstop. It's going to be caught by Heller, but obviously no out. Caught it off the deflection. Full count, 3-2. Runner at first is Decker. She'll be taken off. This one is going to be swung on and missed. Strikeout victim number 6. Seeley goes down swinging, and that is the first out of the 4th inning. Top of the 4th, and now it's going to be Josie Harp. She'll step in from the left side, and she bunted out a little pop-up when trying to lay down a bunt to the third baseman, Olivia Harold. Swinging strike here, 0-1. 3 hits for Andale Garden Plains, 6 hits for Chapman. Here comes the 0-1 from Harold. Called strike. Must have tagged to the corner there. No balls, 2 strikes now to the hitter. 1 out. Runner at first base, Haley Decker. And here comes the pitch. A little bit high in the zone. We'll continue to thank some more sponsors throughout the rest of this broadcast. Get some more here in just a second. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, foul straight back, just to my left. Home Automotive Centers in Abilene and Salina, your local Chevy, GMC, and Buick dealer. Hail Damage, see their award-winning body shop with in-house paintless dent repair. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Maddie Harold ready to go again. Here comes the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Back-to-back strikeouts. Strikeout number 7. Also want to thank DK Sports and Fitness with indoor batting cages for softball and baseball. Specialized training for baseball and softball players from Hayes to Wamego and Marion to Frankfort. DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman. 2 outs, still a runner at first. And it is now Emily Eck. Hit by a pitch, her first time up, batting 9th in the order. Parts of the infield now shaded as the sun continues to go down. Called strike on Eck. Emily Eck, a sophomore. The sophomore facing the senior in the circle. Harold comes home, and that one missed a little bit low and outside, maybe just a bit outside. Might have been in the zone. Here comes the pitch. This one nearly the same spot. So 6 innings pitched in the first game and now trying to get through 4. That would put her at 10 for the day, and she had 90 coming in. So if she can complete this inning, that is 100 innings of work on the season for Maddie Harold. Here comes the pitch. This one is going to be swung on, popped up, foul, first base side. It stays in play, but no way anybody could get to it. And Decker going to have to go back to first. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. Top of the 4th inning, Chapman 3, Andale Garden Plain Indians 0. And here comes the pitch. Low for ball 4, and down to second base goes Decker. Emily Eck is on first with a base on balls, a walk. So 2 walks in the inning lead to 2 base runners, and now it's the top of the order to Paige Stanhope. And now Heller up from behind the plate and lets the umpire clean off the plate and gives Harold a second to regather herself and face the top of the order. Paige Stanhope been on once, hit by a pitch, and also struck out. Top of the 4th inning. As a lot of dirt is going to be blown across the diamond. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, popped it up, first base side. It's going to get over the fence, first base side, out of play. Two outs, 2 on. And here comes the pitch. Just missed a little bit high. Sun is really starting to make its way right over to the Equity Bank broadcast booth. As it is really trying to play a little bit of trouble here with my papers. Swing and a miss. A ball and 2 strikes. Patty Harold going to try and come home to get her 8th strikeout victim of the day. Here comes the pitch, swung on off the end of the bat. Slow roller to third, Stanhope down the line, safe at first. So an infield single for Paige Stanhope. And Andale Garden Plain still threatening with the bases loaded and 2 outs, and now it's the designated player, Elsie Johnson, coming to the dish. And now we are going to have a stoppage in play. Coach Kyle Cook is out of the dugout. He's going to call a meeting on the mound. Let's go ahead and thank some more sponsors. Keating Chiropractic, with locations in Junction City and Manhattan, providing chiropractic care, corrective exercises, acupuncture, and more. Open Saturday mornings in Junction City from 8 to noon. Also want to thank Amanda West State Farm Agency in Abilene, supporting all area student athletes. We'll take a break. We'll come back with more after this. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com.
Astra Bank is committed to providing the dependable financial solutions that will help you fulfill your dream. Whether it's building your wealth or owning a home, visit them in Abilene, Chapman, or online at astra.bank. Astra Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Quick meeting on the mound. Welcome back to Chapman. Presenting sponsor also today is Smoky Valley Ag Services. Smoky Valley Ag Services, an independent ag retailer and pioneer sales rep committed to delivering trusted advice, high-yield potential products, the right crop protection technology, and agronomic insights you can use to achieve the goals for your growing operation. This one is swung on and fouled back. Also want to thank Astra Bank in Chapman and Abilene, and Day Excavating and Concrete. Big opportunity here for Andale Garden Plain to score. Big opportunity for Chapman to leave the bases loaded. Maddie Harold after a meeting on the mound. 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch coming home. Check swing. Yes! She went around. A strikeout. That is strikeout number 8. Elsie Johnson strikes out for the 2nd time. The bases are left loaded. We'll take another break. We're back with more right after this. You're listening to the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com and Smoky Valley Ag Services.
Sage is your go-to source for industrial strength cleaning products, ice melt, floor equipment, paper, asphalt, and just about everything in between. Whether you're a maintenance supervisor, a small business, or just wanting your home to look amazing, stop by 732 North 9th Street in Salina, where we will be happy to assist you. You can also visit us at sageselects.com or call us at 309-1919. Sage Products, the right call every time.
Your next visit to the doctor for an upcoming procedure or surgery should start with a conversation about Salina Surgical Hospital. Hi, this is Geraldine Diedrich, and we are truly committed to fostering your health and well-being. From outpatient procedures to inpatient stays, you will feel the difference in our excellent care and compassion. Talk to your doctor about scheduling your next procedure at Salina Surgical Hospital. Your surgical experience is our specialty. Salina Surgical Hospital is partially owned by a group of local, community-involved physicians.
Chapman comes back to the plate. As we go to the bottom of the fourth, Chapman leading 3-0. We'll continue to thank some more sponsors throughout the rest of today's broadcast. Thanks to all of our sponsors making all these broadcasts happen. Lease back in the circle. And a short dribbler right back to her. Throw to first to McKim, who squeezes it for the first out. And that was Kennedy Schultz, who was retired first. So Schultz grounds out to the pitcher, so one pitch and one out. And now it's the designated player, number 44, Anna Martinez. Popped out to the second baseman the last time up. Martinez, .379 batting average on the season. For only pitching 5 innings on the season, here comes the pitch home. An off-speed pitch just missed it. I have to say that Jane Elise for Andale Garden Plain is doing a pretty good job. I mean, not sure if there was any other situations going on with her, but according to the Game Changer and some of the stats I got from the coaching staff, she only pitched a handful of innings all season. This one is going to be dribbled right in front of the plate. Could be trouble. Throw to first. In time. Martinez hustled down the line and got dirty trying to dive in safely, but a great play by the Andale Garden Plain defense to get the second out of the inning. So just a dribbler out in front of the plate. And now it's going to be the third baseman, the freshman, number 0, Olivia Harold, going to come to the plate. Harold 0 for 1, grounded out to Stanhope at third the first time up. Pitch comes across a little bit high for a ball. Harold bats 8th in the order, and then Casey Heller after that. After that, you go back to the top of the order for the Chapman Lady Irish. Bottom of the fourth inning, the score, Chapman 3, Andale Garden Plain 0. This pitch comes across high for ball 2. Six hits for Chapman, 3 runs. 4 hits for Andale Garden Plain, 0 runs. Chapman trying to not go down in order, and this one, boy, he said it just must have missed. Olivia Harold way ahead in the count. Leeds looks down to the wristband, set in the circle, ready to go. Here comes home with it, and this one, it's going to be a called strike. So 3-1 now to Harold. The freshman Olivia Harold, batting .373 on the season, came into today with 25 hits. This one's going to be swung on and missed. Now quickly back into it at a full count at 3 balls and 2 strikes. 3-2 the count. Fighting back is Lease. Harold going to try and avoid Chapman going down in order for the first time this evening. Here comes the pitch, and it's going to be low for ball 4. A base on balls, a walk. Olivia Harold trots down to first. And that is, looks like the first walk issued today by Lease. And now we go to Casey Heller, who reached on a single back in the third, then was out on a fielder's choice at second in the third. She was the first out of the inning before 2 runs came across. And now there's going to be a discussion at home plate. They're going to switch out the softballs and have a nice friendly discussion and get set to do it all over again. Casey Heller will dig in from the left side. Chapman scored a run in the first and 2 in the third. They've had a base runner on every inning. 2 outs, first pitch was a ball. Left-handed batter. Here comes the pitch, and this one is going to be swung on, pop to the shortstop, over to first, in time. So a runner is going to be left stranded on base. 4 innings are in the books. Couple innings left to go. Chapman, Irish, 3, Andale Garden Plain, 0. You're watching the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com.
I'm Brian Arms, your mortgage loan originator at Equity Bank here in Salina, Kansas. I'm a lifelong Salina resident here to tell you our bank can offer you mortgage and refinance options with terms designed for you. Why leave our community when you can choose the bank that never forgets it's your money? With 2 locations in town on Ohio Street and Santa Fe Avenue, there's no better time to apply online, in person, or over the phone. Learn more at equitybank.com, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Close your eyes. Now, imagine yourself cheering from the bleachers at Salina South. Feel the pride of donning the colors of Salina Central. Picture the spirit of being part of the Sacred Heart community, or the camaraderie at Southeast of Saline. Envision the thrill of supporting El Saline or Bennington. Visualize the unity in rallying for Minneapolis High. Now, open your eyes and see yourself in team apparel from Messenger Total Promotions. Visit them in person in downtown Salina.
Welcome back to Chapman. Chapman High leads at 3-0. Today's game presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services. Let's go ahead and thank some more sponsors. USD 473 Chapman Schools, Chapman tradition of high academic success, school-run business opportunities, and a culture of caring for students. We do what's best for all kids. At DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman, DK Sports and Fitness offers exercise and fitness classes for all ages, featuring boot camp fitness sessions at 5, 6, and 7 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Maddie Harold back in the circle for Andale Garden Plain. It will be 3, 4, and 5. Emery Benson-Laddick, Miley McKim, and Lexi Brasser. Let's take a look at our area scoreboard brought to you by Bennington State Bank. As the first pitch from Harold is going to be swung on, hit to the second baseman, off the glove and off the foot, and to first safely is Emery Benson-Laddick. That should be an error on the second baseman, but our area scoreboard, Salina Central and Salina South are playing each other right now. Central leads 13-7 as they go to the top of the 7th inning, thanks to Devin Haney for those scores. A couple of other scores last night. El Saline softball lost 15-0 to Enwin. Ellsworth softball lost 7-5 to Lions. Sacred Heart softball won 7-2 over Sylvan Lucas. Bennington softball winning 7-2 over Little River. Minneapolis will advance to state with wins 15-0 over Plainsville and wins 13-3 over Smoky Valley. Swing and a miss, and I believe from the notes I got that they went 2-0 last night. It's quarterfinals and semifinals, so maybe I misspoke a little bit too soon. Maybe Minneapolis has to win one more. This one is going to be swung on, hit well out to right field, and it is going to be an out. Miley McKim hit it well out to right field, and it was caught by Peterson, the flex player. So 1 on and 1 out. A couple of more scores. Abilene baseball won 7-3 over Concordia. Southeast of Saline softball won 16-0 over Harrington. Swung on and fouled back there by Lexi Brasser. Been on once and retired once. Top of the 5th inning. Winner of this game does go to the state tournament next week in Salina. State tournament next Thursday and Friday, May 28th and May 29th. Called strike here against Brasser. For Chapman, trying to get there for the first time since 2016. For Andale Garden Plain, they were there last year. They finished second, losing to Wamego, who is having a great year this year, as Chapman knows all about. Wamego 19-4, the 2 seed in 4A East. This one swung on, skied in the air to center. Gustafson is under it and makes the catch. Couple of well-hit flyouts. And I did misspeak earlier, so I want to apologize about that. Thanks to Devin for the help. Minneapolis will play Beloit tomorrow for the right to go to a 3A state. So it's different classifications, and now we are going to, I believe, have a pinch runner. Riley McKim standing at first, or rather, that is Emery Benson-Laddick standing at first, and into the game will be number 27, Madison Lease, a senior. But to finish that thought, in 4A, you only got to win 2. Minneapolis won the quarterfinal, won the semifinal, and now they play Beloit. So appreciate Devin helping correct that error on my part. Swing and a miss there for Haley Decker. Top of the 5th inning. Chapman 3, Andale Garden Plain 0. Here comes the pitch outside for a ball. Decker walked her last time up and was left stranded at third. They had the bases loaded back in the 4th. Their best opportunity to score, and Maddie Harold shut the door with a strikeout against Ellie Johnson, her 8th strikeout of the evening. 2 strikes here, looking for strikeout number 9 with a runner at first base. Here comes the pitch, swung on, popped it up first base side, and Schultz makes the catch. So after a error to get on for Emery Benson-Laddick, a couple of outs retired in a row, Miley McKim flies out to right field, Lexi Brasser out to center, and Haley Decker pops out to the first baseman. We'll take a break. This is a Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
Are you ready to make a meaningful impact? Join the professional healthcare team at Salina Regional Health Center. They're seeking nurse assistants who are eager to provide exceptional care to our community. Their growing organization offers competitive pay, comprehensive benefits, and tuition reimbursement. If you're ready to join a team that values compassion, teamwork, and outstanding patient care, apply now at srhc.com or reach out to Human Resources. Great careers start here. Salina Regional Health Center. They take care of you so you can care for others.
I've always believed in love stories that last forever. At Vernon Jewelers, we've been crafting these stories for 141 years. Each piece is a chapter in a journey, a testament to timeless romance. Whether it's an engagement ring or a cherished anniversary gift, we create memories that sparkle. Look for that iconic sign and discover our collection and personalized customer service in our 141st year. We're not old, just really good at what we do. Vernon Jewelers in downtown Salina, because love deserves that perfect setting.
Welcome back to Chapman. Today's game presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. Top of the order for Chapman. Chapman Irish lead Andale Garden Plain 3-0. Bottom of the 5th. Jay Rogers at the plate now. 1 ball and no strikes. Been on twice today. This ball hit well out to left field, drifting foul. Man, she blasted it just foul, and Coach Cook knew it would have been a home run if it would have went just a little bit more to the right. Rogers has got a couple of home runs on the season. She definitely got a hold of that one, but it just went foul. Jay Rogers, 5 home runs on the season for her. 63 hits overall. Man, what a year. A ball and a strike. And this one is going to come across a little bit high for a ball, 2-1. Crazy thing about that is she's just a sophomore. Scored 47 runs coming into today as well. Just remarkable. Shows how often she gets on base. 2 balls and a strike, coming home with it inside and low for ball 3. So the 4th inning was the first inning that Chapman did not get their leadoff hitter on, and Jay Rogers going to try and start that streak back up right here with a 3-1 count in the bottom of the 5th. 3-0 is our score. Lee still in the circle for Andale Garden Plain. Comes home, swung on, hit out to shallow center, and coming in to make the catch is Harp for 1 out. So after a well-struck ball that just went foul that would have been a home run, she flies out to the center fielder. And now will be the second baseman, number 22, Mackenzie Leedy. Scored one of the 3 runs here this evening. Here comes the pitch, swung on, hit sharply to first, through for a base hit. 1 on and 1 out after the base hit by Mackenzie Leedy. That is hit number 7 for Chapman. 3-0 is the score. And now it's the pitcher, Maddie Harold. Got an RBI and also singled in the 3rd inning. Flew out to left her first time. Here's one hit, a diving stop by the shortstop to throw to second. Not in time, but that was a fantastic play. That might be one of the contenders for the Smart Play of the Game. Smart Insurance with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Diving to make the stop and play was Seeley. Harold is on with an infield single, so a great hit, sharply hit ball, but a great stop as well, an infield single. So now 2 on and 1 out. And now there's a meeting on the mound. Not sure if there's going to be a pitching change, or I think there may be a pitching change. And there is going to be a pitching change. We'll take a break. This is the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
Are you looking to buy or sell real estate? With over 11 years of experience serving Northeast Kansas from Abilene to Wamego, leave it to a professional. Call Kirsten Day, realtor and owner with Homefront Real Estate Group. Buying a home, whether it be your first or second time, is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll make in a lifetime. Therefore, finding the right agent to help you make the process easier is essential. Kirsten Day is there for you and your family every step of the way. Visit Kirsten Day online at selling785.com.
Astra Bank knows the challenges you face as a business owner. That's why they're committed to providing the dependable financial solutions that will help your business thrive. Visit them in Abilene, Chapman, or online at astra.bank. Astra Bank, member FDIC.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
Welcome back to Chapman at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. I'm Anthony Georges. Chapman leads it 3-0. A pitching change for Andale Garden. Playing the new pitcher is a freshman, number 3, Claire Creer. Creer, K-R-I-E-R, and she is a freshman. 76 2/3 innings pitched on the season. Also pitched the first game today. She's got a 4.1 ERA. On the season, 45 strikeouts. She pitched game 1, 7 innings. And their win over Pratt. And now Chapman is threatening, and this one is going to hit the first batter she faces. And at first base now is Taylor Gustafson, who's going to shake it off and trot down to first. And this is a big opportunity now for Chapman to try and blow this lead up and keep their momentum going for a chance to go to the state tournament. Leedy at third, Harold at second, and Gustafson at first. Now for Tegan Ellis. They are going to make sure that Gustafson is okay. Ellis was hit by a pitch and also retired in the game so far. Creer trying to settle in here with this one is going to be punched out and down it goes for a hit. 1 run will score, and Chapman leads it 4-0, and everybody moves up on the base pass. Leedy home, Harold to third, Gustafson to second. A base hit for Ellis, and Chapman is in charge, 4-0. Still just the 1 out. Kennedy Schultz now at the plate. Schultz, a couple of ground outs, a couple to the pitcher. 1 out, and damage could be done here for Chapman with a lot of opportunities still available. Pinch runner Cook back into the game at third. So Callie Cook at third for Maddie Harold. Gustafson at second, and Ellis is at first. The batter is Schultz. This one is going to be swung on and missed. No balls and 2 strikes with 1 out. Four to 0, Chapman leads. Creer, the new pitcher, has hit a batter and gave up a hit. And here comes the pitch coming home. It is going to be chopped through and to first base for 1 out, but 1 run will score. Here's a throw to third. So another run to score. It made it through past the pitcher to the shortstop over to first. McKim was able to squeeze it for the out, but Cook scores from third. Gustafson goes to third. Ellis over to second, and there are now 2 outs, but it is another run scoring for Chapman. Runners at second and third, so still some opportunities here for some more runs. A called strike against Anna Martinez. Martinez looking for her first hit this evening. Bottom of the 5th, 5-0. Chapman in charge. This one is an off-speed pitch, finds the zone for a called strike. It's 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes. Martinez batting 7th in the order, a couple of ground outs this evening. A great time for her first hit would be right now, and she could score a couple more runs. 2 outs, 2 on, 0-2 pitch. Bounces across and blocked by the catcher. Benson Laddick is behind the dish. One and 2. 2 outs, bottom of the 5th. This one is going to be swung on, poked to the second baseman. Slow roller to second and over to first for the out. A couple more runs come across. 2 runners are left stranded. 5 innings are in the books. Chapman getting closer to that state tournament appearance. We go to the top of the 6th on our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. The 6th inning is coming up next.
We spend 1/3 of our lives working to build our wealth. With over 50 years of combined experience, Billings Group wants to be there to help manage yours. If you're planning for retirement or looking for financial coaching, then come see us on Westchester Drive, east of the YMCA, or visit our website at billingsgroup.com. Securities offered by registered representatives through Private Client Services, member FINRA, SIPC. Advisory products and services offered by investment advisory representatives through RFG Advisory, a registered investment advisor. RFG Advisory, Billings Group, and Private Client Services are unaffiliated entities.
The Bennington State Bank proudly supports local sports and wants each student to know that their hard work and talent is noticed and appreciated. At Bennington State Bank, they care about local communities and are committed to fostering long-term relationships through the delivery of excellent customer service, integrity, and fairness. From helping local businesses to supporting community youth and nonprofits to helping you purchase your dream home or invest in your future, Bennington State Bank is here to help. Give them a call to experience exceptional banking with hometown service. Bennington State Bank, your trusted hometown bank. Member FDIC.
Welcome back to Chapman. Chapman on top 5-0. First pitch comes inside. Today's game presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services. Also want to thank Home Automotive Centers in Abilene and Salina, your local Chevy, GMC, and Buick dealer. Hail damage to their award-winning body shop with in-house paintless dent repair. Also want to thank DK Sports and Fitness with indoor batting cages for softball and baseball. Specialized training for baseball and softball players from Hayes to Wamego and Marion to Frankfort. DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman. For Andale Garden Plain, it's about time they have to do something here. Go to the top of the 6th. Brooklyn Seeley, Josie Harp, and Emily X, 7, 8, and 9 here for Andale Garden Plain. And this one is going to miss for ball 4. So a quick walk there. Seeley is on. So it all starts with the leadoff getting on base. And now we are going to maybe get a pinch hitter. I think so. We are. Pinch hitting now for Andale Garden Plain will be number 2, a senior, Lainey Meese. And she will pinch hit for Josie Harp. Couple more score updates. Southeast of Saline, softball beat Council Grove 5-2. These area scoreboard updates brought to you by Bennington State Bank. Abilene and Pratt are tied 2-2 for baseball to go to 4A state. Clay Center baseball beat Chapman 12-2. And Salina Central softball beat Salina South 15-8. Central goes to state at WSU next week. Appreciate Bennington State Bank for being the sponsor of our area scoreboard and for Devin Haney for providing all those scores. So Laney Meese takes the first pitch low for ball one. Meese's first at bat of the game. Swing and a miss. Throw back to first. Not in time, but Seeley was a little bit far off the bag, and Heller was ready to try it and get a pickoff. Top of the sixth, 5-0 our score. Swing and a miss for Laney Meese, a senior for Andale Garden Plain, down to the count. A ball and 2 strikes. Nobody out in the inning. Emily Eck on deck, swung on, hit out to right field, charging in, it's down for a base hit, and through the legs of the right fielder Peterson. Rounding second and going home. Here's going to be the throw to the plate. It is late. It is a triple for Laney Meese. And Andale Garden Plain has got their first run of the evening. It's 5-1 in the top of the sixth. Laney Meese with a triple. Brooklyn Seeley scores. Coach Carney winding her arm, telling the runner to go, and she went from first all the way home and scored. Still nobody out, and now they go to Emily Eck. Emily Eck looking for her first hit of the game, hit by a pitch and also walked. Top of the sixth inning. 5-1, Andale Garden Plain maybe has a little bit of momentum now. Maddie Harold, 94 pitches, comes home, a called strike. No balls and 2 strikes to Emily Eck. The left fielder has been on twice, hit by a pitch and walked. Harold comes home, swung on and fouled it straight back. The last ever game for Maddie Harold here in Chapman at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. Not in her career, because if they win, they'll go to state, but just in this complex and on these softball fields. Here comes the pitch, coming home, just missed outside for a ball. Top of the order on deck for Andale Garden Plain. Paige Stanhope, then Elsie Johnson. Harold delivers inside, and it's a call, strike 3. Eck backed out. And they called it a strike 3, a strikeout looking, and that is strikeout number 8. And that's a big first out of the inning. And now they go back to the top of the order. So Paige Stanhope comes to the plate for Andale Garden Plain. Stanhope singled her last time up and was left stranded at first. Back in the 4th when they had the bases loaded. Laney Meese is at third. Here comes the pitch, swung on, fouled it back. Just got it off the end of the bat. 99 pitches for Maddie Harold. This will be pitch number 100 as she walks back to the pitcher's circle with Heller. Let's go ahead and thank some more sponsors. Keating Chiropractic with locations in Junction City and Manhattan, providing chiropractic care, corrective exercises, acupuncture, and more. Open Saturday mornings in Junction City from 8 to noon. Also want to thank Amanda West State Farm Agency in Abilene, supporting all area student athletes. Heller back behind the plate. Stanhope back in the batter's box. Coming home, swung on and fouled off. So Harold, that was pitch number 100 right there. She has thrown a lot of pitches this afternoon and into the evening. 1 ball and 2 strikes. And she delivers. Swung on. This one is hit well out to left center field. It is down for a base hit. It's going to roll all the way to the fence. Stanhope to second. Laney Meese scores from third. There is 1 out in the top of the 6th, but Andale Garden Plain has cut into this lead. It's 5-2. And I think we're going to get another change here, as that was a double for Paige Stanhope. And Harp came around, or it's rather, Laney Meese came around to score. She pinch hit for Harp. And now we'll see what the change could be right here. Head coach for Andale is Aaron Carney, 2nd year. And the umpire Home plate ump is standing right in front of me, so I can't tell which student athlete he's standing in front of for the pinch hitter. But I don't think they would run for Stanhope at second. And let's see. A couple of practice swings, and it will be number 27, Madison Lees. So she came on as a pinch runner, and she will stay in the game for Elsie Johnson. Madison Lees is a senior. After her, it is Emery Benson-Laddick. So maybe a rally here in the 6th. Chapman still leads by 3 runs, so still some cushions, but Stanhope at second with 1 out. Swung on and missed for the first pitch to Lees that she's seen today. And then she looks to the third base side to Coach Aaron Carney. Most of the infield is now all shaded as the sun has continued to go down. Showing bunt, Lees pulls back. A little bit high, confirms the ump. Heller came back and asked the ump, and he put his hand a little bit high. A ball and a strike. Here comes the pitch, showing bunt, pulled back again a little bit outside, and you've got the first baseman Schultz charging in, Harold from third charging in, and you also have Maddie Harold from the pitcher's mound charging in, so everybody is fully anticipating the bunt. Maddie Harold against Maddie Lees. Showing bunt again, gets a bunt down, first base side. Couldn't quite glove it. The throw to first is going to get through the glove. Over to second base goes Lees. A run scores. And Andale Garden Plain says they are not done yet. Stanhope scores from second. And then Madison Lees is on with a bunt and then an error on the throw over to second. It is 5-3, and now we have a ball game. So much like Chapman did to Concordia back in the 5th inning is what Andale Garden Plain is doing right now to Chapman. There's going to be a meeting on the mound. We'll take a break. This is a Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services.
From raw honey to wax melts to beekeeping tools, boxes, and frames, AJ Honey Farms has it all and more. Be sure to check out their salves. Salves is a powerful blend of nature's best ingredients. Beeswax, crafted with care to soothe and nourish your dry skin, minor cuts, and burns. And for dry lips, try out their Happy Bee Balm. Treat yourself to their locally produced honey items or get a beautifully packaged gift set for a loved one. Stop in to see AJ Honey Farms at 901 North 9th Street. More than just a honey store.
Congratulations, you're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her.
We've got quite the game brewing. It's 5-3 and a runner at second base. So the tying run is standing at the plate. Welcome back to Darrell Beamer Sports Complex in Chapman. This game presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com. So the second visit to the mound, Maddie Harold still in the circle. Swung on, popped this one up, out of play, first base side. And Harold is now at 108 pitches. Emery Benson-Laddick, 2 strikeouts, reached on an error by the second baseman the last time, and a chance to get this game even closer. Maddie Harold going to come home with it, low for a ball. You got to think, I mean, I know softball is a whole different game than baseball, and the arm doesn't get nearly as tired, but still, she's got 110 pitches now, and then I believe she had somewhere close to 90. I'll go back and check in a second in game 1. This one comes across low. And now it's 3 balls and 1 strike. One out, and here comes the pitch. A runner at second base. Swung on first base side, hit foul. And Harold came home with some heat that time. Emery Benson-Laddick is the batter. Miley McKim due up after her. Full count, 3 balls and 2 strikes. The sun is now officially behind the trees off to my right. So all the infield is shaded. Harold comes home, low, ball 4. The tying run is on base. A base on balls, a walk for Emery Benson-Laddick. And they're going to keep riding it out with their stud pitcher, Maddie Harold. And now it's Miley McKim. Miley singled back in the third, struck out, and also flew out to the right fielder. One out, showing bunt, gets a bunt down. It's going to roll foul. Top of the 6th inning. 5-3 is our score. Sealy has scored. Lainey Meese came in as a pinch hitter and scored after she tripled. Paige Stanhope has scored, and now Madison Lease is at second with Miley McKim at the plate, and also Emery Benson-Laddick at first. No balls and 1 strike. McKim showing bunt, gets a bunt down, but it's foul again. So no balls and 2 strikes, and now you imagine she'll be swinging away. 114 pitches for Maddie Harold here in game number 2. In our next commercial break, I'll go back and see how many she had in game number 1. 2 strikes on Miley McKim. Maddie Harold comes home, swung on, staying alive, fouled up and out of play to the right, and just missed the white car over there. So the owner of the white car has got to be very happy as it was headed right for it, but bounced and took a right-hand turn. Harold is going to walk to the back of the circle and reset, and now ready to roll. 2 strikes. Runners at first and second, comes home, and a called strike 3. That is strikeout number 10 in the second out of the inning. Strikeout number 10 for Maddie Harold. There is 2 outs in the inning, and now it's the right fielder, Lexi Brasser. Brasser has got a single. She is 1 for 3. Harold comes home low, going to get all the way back to the backstop. The runners will advance, and that is a big pass ball on a wild pitch. A base hit could tie this game. Lease at third, and over to second is Emery Benson-Laddick. Lexi Brasser at the plate. If they get to her, Haley Decker up next. Here comes the pitch, swung on, chopper to second. Leedy is going to go to her right, throws it first in time on the stretch. The home crowd fired up. This has been going to be quite the finish. We go to the bottom of the 6th on our Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Smoky Valley Ag Services. Chapman leads 5-3, bottom of the 6th coming up right after this.
You're having a little girl.
At that moment, everything changed. Our hopes and dreams for ourselves were instantly replaced by our hopes and dreams for her. We got life insurance policies from Shelter Insurance, so that regardless of what life throws at us, we'll still be able to provide the world to her.
Shelter Life Insurance Company, Columbia, Missouri.
Hey Salina, come see us at the Kelly Kitchener Agency near the intersection of Cloud and Ohio. We want to be your Salina, Kansas insurance agent.
When does normal acute pain become abnormal chronic pain? Chronic pain can be one of 2 types, nociceptive and neuropathic. Each type differs based on what causes it, what it feels like, and what treatments may relieve it. Neuropathic pain can often be managed by a therapy called neurostimulation or spinal cord stimulation. If you suffer from chronic pain, ask your primary care physician for a referral to the Salina Pain Clinic. Our pain specialists will discuss the right options to manage your pain. Online at salinapainclinic.org.
Welcome back to Chapman, the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. What a game this has turned out to be, and what a play that was. That was our Smart Play of the Game, brought to you by Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Man, moving to her right, had to kind of not all the way lay out, but extend to get it, throw into first, to stretch it first for the out by Schultz. Wow, what an inning for Andale Garden Plain 2. 3 runs come across, 2 runners left stranded. We go to the bottom of the 6th. Let's go ahead and thank some sponsors here. USD 473 Chapman Schools, Chapman's tradition of high academic success, school-run business opportunities, and a culture of caring for students. We do what's best for all kids. Also want to thank DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman. DK Sports and Fitness offers exercise and fitness classes for all ages, featuring boot camp fitness sessions at 5, 6, and 7 a.m. Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Today's game presenting sponsors are Kirsten Day at selling785.com and Smoky Valley Ag Services. So thanks to Kirsten Day and Smoky Valley Ag Services. What a great couple of games to sponsor. What a great couple of games it's been here in the Sub-State Regional here at Chapman High School at the Darrell Beamer Sports Complex. And for Chapman, this first pitch is going to be in there for a called strike. We have 8, 9, and 1. Olivia Harold, Casey Heller, and Jay Rogers all due up in the inning. The pitcher for Andale Garden Plain is the freshman Claire Creer back in there. She came on back in the 5th. This one is going to be swung on and missed for Harold. Quickly down to the count, no balls and 2 strikes. 5-3 the score. Andale Garden Plain beat Pratt 10-7. Chapman came back and beat Concordia 6-2 to all lead to this winner-take-all sub-state championship game. Swung on, fouled back, and a battle at the plate. The winner goes to the state tournament next week in Salina. Appreciate the hospitality here at Chapman as well. They're trying to get to the state tournament for the first time since 2016. Andale Garden Plain was just there last year. They placed second. Here comes the pitch, a little bit high for a ball. And it's now a ball and 2 strikes. Looking down at the wristband, it's Creer, just a freshman, so some great players on both sides still coming up. Swung on, hit well out to left field, but out in front of it, it's a foul ball. Out of play. Left fielder Meese over there to, I think that's still Emily Eck. I think Game Changer might have made a mistake. I think Meese is out there in left field. A ball and 2 strikes. Here comes the pitch, a little bit high for ball 2. So she was down to the count 0-2, and now after fouling a couple of pitches off, she's stood in there and taken a couple pitches. It's 2-2, 2 balls and 2 strikes. Here comes the 2-2 inside, ball 3. It's a full count. I promised that during this last break I would go look and see how many pitches that Harold threw. And I'm going to look here in just a second. Here comes this one. Swung on, popped it up. Shallow center field, charging in, and the catch is made for 1 out. 99 pitches thrown in game 1 for Maddie Harold. There's a pop out right there by Olivia Harold to the center fielder. So 99 pitches thrown in game 1 by Maddie Harold. So there is 1 out. And now it's the catcher, number 3, Casey Heller. Swung on, hit to the shortstop, over to first. High throw, but McKim snags it for out number 2. A ground out to the shortstop. Seeley over to McKim for the 2nd out, and now they go back to the top of the order to Jay Rogers. Rogers has scored 2 runs. Flew out to the center fielder the last time. 5-3 our score. Bottom of the 6th. Chapman, the home team, leads it. Andale Garden Plain scored 3 runs in the 6th to try and get this thing a little bit closer. They also left 2 runners stranded on base. Jay Rogers at the plate. 62 hits on the season for her. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, popped it up in the infield. Who's going to call him off? McKim makes the catch. Miley McKim comes in from first base. It is a pop-up near the pitcher's circle. And just like that, it is a 1-2-3 inning for Claire Creer. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the 7th inning. It's going to be a fun one. It's all going to come down to this. Chapman, the home team, leads at 5-3. You're watching the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com.
Insurance is something we all need in our business, home, car, and life. But do you really understand what's covered? And most importantly, what you are paying for? Hi, this is Rob Carlson in the Salina office of Smart Insurance. Change is good, especially if you haven't looked at your insurance policy lately. I can help you understand what you need and where the gaps are in your coverage. We provide free quotes and take pride in looking out for you. Smart Insurance, with locations in Salina, Abilene, and Harrington. Give us a call today.
Astra Bank is committed to providing the dependable financial solutions that will help you fulfill your dream, whether it's building your wealth or owning a home. Visit them in Abilene, Chapman, or online at astra.bank. Astra Bank, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
And we're back for the winner-take-all 7th inning. 5-3, the home team, Chapman, leads Andale Garden Plain. Andale Garden Plain scored 3 in the 6th to try and make this thing a game. Maddie Harold is back in the circle trying to go the full game for Chapman. And for Andale Garden Plain, it's going to come down to 6, 7, and 8. Haley Decker, Brooklyn Seeley, and Lainey Meese. Seeley led off the rally in the 6th. Haley Decker trying to get on base for the second time tonight. Popped out to the pitcher and then popped out to the first baseman. Also walked back in the 4th. And the lights are on here at Chapman. The sun is all but down, and it is going to be a winner-take-all sub-state final championship game. The winner goes to state. First pitch to Haley Deckers, in there for a called strike. 118 pitches. This game, here comes the pitch, outside for ball 1. .217 pitches thrown on the day for Maddie Harold. Here comes the pitch. This one is going to just miss the zone. A couple have been right in there, but blew behind the plate. Nods his head, saying a little bit high. Here comes the 2-1 to Decker. Swung on, hit first base side. It's going to be foul. We've seen many go left field line for Chapman and many go right field line for Andale Garden Plain. So one of these times, somebody is going to straighten it out. Haley Decker, 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs. Looking for her first hit of the evening. Right-handed batter comes home, strike 3. Another strikeout for Maddie Harold. And that is the first out of the 7th inning. 11 strikeouts for Maddie Harold. And now this will be Lainey Meese. She pinched hit last time and reached, and takes the first pitch for a called strike. Or rather, this is Brooklyn Seeley. I went one too far. Apologies. Brooklyn Seeley at the plate now. And she takes the second pitch low for now a ball and a strike, even count. State tournament next Thursday and Friday. Here comes the pitch. Swung on, hit right back up the middle to Harold, over to first. And there's 2 outs. There is now 2 outs, and Chapman is 1 out away from going back to the state tournament for the first time since 2016. And we're going to get a meeting between Coach Carney, Aaron Carney, and the umpire behind the plate. Lainey Meese stays in the game for Josie Harp. Lainey Meese tripled back in the 6th to score a run, and now down to the last out for Andale Garden Plain. 5-3 is our score. Harold comes home, and the first pitch is in there for a called strike. This has been quite the regional here in Sub-State Regional number 2 and 4A. Maddie Harold, pitch number 125, coming home. That one is in there for a called strike 2. Inside corner, no balls and 2 strikes. The senior Lainey Meese down to the final strike for Andale Garden Plain. Nobody on, 2 outs. No hits in the inning. Maddie Harold, here comes the pitch, the delivery. Swung out, hit third base side, rolls foul. Harold was going to be on it, but it went foul. And Meese will try and come back and do it again. Up next will be Emily Eck, if they get to her. No balls, 2 strikes. Chapman on the verge of a state tournament. This one is going to be in there. Called strike 3. And Chapman is going back to the state tournament for the first time since 2016. The teams will go through the handshake line. Let's listen into the crowd. What a game it was. The final score, Chapman wins it 5-3, and they are headed to the state tournament for the first time since 2016. It is their best season record-wise in school history. And Coach Cook is telling his team to get back and go to the dugout and come back on the field. Andale Garden Flame will go out to right field and talk about what a great game they played and what a great game it was here. And now Coach Cook wants his team to celebrate as they cover him in water. And there's going to be a presentation, so we'll go ahead and keep it right here. There's going to be a presentation. And there it is. Chapman is going to celebrate because they're going back to the state tournament. Maddie Harold holds the Sub-State Championship, regional number 2 in the air, and they're going to be in Salina next week. It was not easy today by any means, but man, it was fun. They have a team huddle, third base side, and they get the win. And let the celebration begin for Chapman. Coach Cook's going to go talk to his team. We'll take a break. We'll come back with some final numbers and talk about Chapman going to the state tournament. We're back with more right after this on the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week, presented by Kirsten Day at selling785.com and Smoky Valley Ag Services.
Are you looking to buy or sell real estate? With over 11 years of experience serving Northeast Kansas from Abilene to Wamego, leave it to a professional. Call Kirsten Day, realtor and owner with Homefront Real Estate Group. Buying a home, whether it be your first or second time, is one of the biggest financial decisions you'll make in a lifetime. Therefore, finding the right agent to help you make the process easier is essential. Kirsten Day is there for you and your family every step of the way. Visit Kirsten Day online at selling785.com.
Astra Bank knows the challenges you face as a business owner. That's why they're committed to providing the dependable financial solutions that will help your business thrive. Visit them in Abilene, Chapman, or online at astra.bank. Astra Bank, member FDIC.
The hours of drills, the pre-dawn workouts, the hundreds of laps. It takes hard work, passion, and drive to do what you love. When you're sidelined by injury, Salina Regional Sports Medicine is just as committed and works just as hard to get you back in the game. Salina Regional Sports Medicine, 785-452-7366. SalinaRegionalSportsMedicine.com.
And welcome back to Darrell Beamer Sports Complex in Chapman. There are celebrating a good time here in Chapman as the Chapman High School Lady Irish strike gold. They're going back to the state tournament for the first time since 2016. Their best season record-wise, 23-3, and still going strong, I might add, in their school's history. I want to go ahead and thank all of our sponsors, Smoky Alley Ag Services, an independent ag retailer and pioneer sales rep committed to delivering trusted advice, high-yield potential products, the right crop protection technology, and agronomic insights you can use to achieve the goals for your growing operation. Astra Bank in Chapman and Abilene, and Day Excavating and Concrete. Home Automotive Centers in Abilene and Salina, your local Chevy, GMC, and Buick dealer. Hail damage, see their award-winning body shop with in-house paintless dent repair. And DK Sports and Fitness with indoor batting cages for softball and baseball. Specialized training for baseball and softball players from Hayes to Wamego and Marion to Frankfort. DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman. Keating Chiropractic with locations in Junction City and Manhattan, providing chiropractic care, corrective exercises, acupuncture, and more. Open Saturday mornings in Junction City from 8 to noon. Amanda West State Farm Agency in Abilene, supporting all area student athletes. And USD 473 Chapman Schools, Chapman's tradition of high academic success, school-run business opportunities, and a culture of caring for students. We do what's best for all kids. At DK Sports and Fitness in Chapman, DK Sports and Fitness offers exercise and fitness classes for all ages, featuring boot camp fitness sessions at 5, 6, and 7 a.m., Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Presenting sponsors tonight, Kirsten Day at selling785.com and Smoky Valley Ag Services. And this has been the Salina Regional Orthopedic and Sports Medicine Game of the Week. Let's go through some final numbers real quick. Chapman wins it by a final score of 5-3. Breakdown looks like this. Chapman led 1-0 after the first, 2-0 after the third, 5-0 after the fifth. Garden Plain Andale scored 3 in the sixth. It was 5-3 going to the seventh, and Chapman holds on and gets the win 5-3, and they go to the state tournament for the first time since 2016, looking for their first state championship. 9 hits for Chapman, 5 runs, 1 error, 8 hits for Andale Garden Plain, 3 runs for the Indians. Pitching looks like this. 7 innings pitched for Harold. I tell you, how about this? 129 pitches thrown in Game 2 and 99 thrown in Game 1. So you do the math. That is 228 pitches thrown by Harold. What a great day for Maddie Harold, and her career lives on. She had 12 strikeouts in Game 2, 11 strikeouts in Game 1, 23 strikeouts on the day. For Andale Garden Plain, they pitched a couple of pitchers, and Lease and Cryer both combined for 5 earned runs. What a great evening. I tell you, the first game between Andale Garden Plain and Pratt was a dogfight to the end, 10-7. Andale Garden Plain won, but it came down to the last out because Pratt had runners on. Concordia was trying to pull the upset. They led 2-1 for a long portion of that game before Chapman came back and won 6-2. And then this one, where it was quite the game, where looked like Chapman was going to cruise to victory. They did not. Andale Garden Plain came back and made it tough. What a great game. What a great night for softball here in Chapman. Thanks to Chapman for the hospitality. And thanks to all of you for watching on Salina Post Sports Network. Thanks to Brian Dennett, our video guy, who did fantastic work. I'm Anthony Georges saying good night from Chapman, and congrats to the Lady Irish, who will play in the state tournament next week in Salina on Thursday and Friday.